Alright, well that was a wobbly start already. Looks like my cable has some sort of a breach inside or something where it sometimes doesn't connect, so I quickly replaced the cable and looks like the stream didn't die completely. And now the connection is stable, so I think we're good to go without further issues. Fingers crossed. While I say this, I think we're good. Thanks Mr. Mehano, C-Rex and Swiplet for the subscriptions. The series will be 1000 times the length here. It's starting to look like it. Well, only one more science pack to go. Only one more science pack. Alright, seems okay. Yeah, good. Looks like both chats are working as well. Right. Then we can get started. We had two very productive streams post-victory condition. In stream number 1, let's enable the key again. In stream number 1 we basically did this. We now are the proud possessor of 120,000 fish for our starting lake, so we also have 1000 times fish cost achieved. And in the second stream post-victory we made this thing. You might recognize the shape from the last video and the other science platforms we have been doing, and the iron platform. They're all the same thing, except this one is called the Space Casino because, well, I have never built one before. This is a very simple one. It only makes rare iron from rare iron asteroids, and it doesn't have the usual like benefits of asteroid productivity and whatnot for this guy. So it's not as strong, but it's still pretty strong. Just from this platform alone we are making roughly 240 iron a minute or so. Kinda depends how you look at it. I think this is the real rate though. So 240 rare iron a minute, which is pretty decent. That is like I think we're doubling our iron stocks in like 2 hours or so. We had like 12,000 iron. Iron, of course, is some of the most used stuff, so I don't foresee we will be in trouble with rare iron or iron-based stuff anymore. Didn't go for the other resources because it just doesn't really make that much sense just yet to both research epic and legendary quality, because that costs 10 million signs, which takes quite a while. And also a lot of my setups would break since I never anticipated going beyond, since this run was supposed to end 2 streams ago, but oh well. And yeah, the other reason is we basically have like quality coal is just so easy to get on the ground. I don't really need to like get quality carbon and then like synthesize it into quality coal and whatnot. It's just not worth it at this point. But the iron bonus is nice. So it's the same asteroid platform. It should spawn about 160 asteroids per minute, and it turns it into 240 iron a minute, which will be raining down from the skies forcibly for the rest of the game, regardless of whether there will be space or not in the platform. Alright, so this is, I guess this is the editor mode save. We have been in editor mode here because I have this, the flashlight, the torch spaceship. I tried a little bit to make this work with the limits we currently have, but I think it will be easier to design a new ship which will do exactly what it needs to do with all the, without the additional things in mind. This thing could store 200,000 Promethium asteroids, but it also could fly to the Shattered Planet, which is what we did with it in the new player experience. It also, though, relies heavily on stack inserters and legendary variants and stack sizes of 16, belt stacking, all of these things which we don't have. Inserter stack sizes maximized. We don't even have a single stack size. Heck, we don't even have fast inserters. let alone legendary fast inserters to output all the asteroids on the belt. So, and there's not really a way to like put extra inserters or long-handeds here and then still output the asteroids. So I would have to redesign the front end of the ship, and all of the resupply stuff relies on like there's like epic beacons and even some like legendary assemblers on board and whatnot. So it is this ship was designed to go to the Shattered Planet, but it is not as suitable for us. It doesn't mean we cannot take away parts of it, like this. I really like this part, the railgun shell assemblers with the quad belt stacking, maximum length stuff to the front, where then we grab from all 4 belts and distribute it sideways into the railguns. So that's definitely something we can use. We might be able to skip rocket turrets completely, since well, we don't have any rocket damage upgrades at all. We have 0 rocket damage upgrades, which means we need a lot of rockets to explode stuff. And also those exploding rockets which we were making, they explode pretty close by the ship, blowing up parts of it. So we probably want to go for the non-exploding rocket, which is an entirely different setup again. I think though we can just go with railguns and laser turrets, as we've been doing for all the other ships as well. Just a line of railguns with like a massive front of laser turrets behind. The railguns can take down the big ones and huge ones. The laser turrets can take down the medium ones. The small ones perhaps help out with the big ones, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. One thing I do want to do is I probably want to use the principle of bringing home the asteroids instead of making it out into deep space. If only for the reason that I want to... We're playing 1000 times science cost. I want science to keep going while we are designing this time. And it seems kind of expensive to just design a spaceship, throw some highly spoilable Biterex on board, say your prayers, send it out to the solar system edge, have a tiny design flaw, and have the entire thing explode, and then have to build a new one, trying to fix that tiny flaw, which introduces 2 other flaws, have it fly out to the system edge again over like the course of 20 minutes, only for it to explode again, etc, etc. I think it would be way more efficient, in my particular case, to just build like a couple of identical smaller ships which just cycle outwards. Basically, one ship will be above Novis, making science, one will be on the way to the Shattered Planet area, one will be there harvesting, one will be on the way back, something like that. And we can continuously make science above Novis from the ship that is docked above Novis, in a sort of a similar way as this is set up. We just have the asteroids on the belt, and we are putting them in the science producers right here, with the quantum processors being picked up on Aquilo and the Biterex being launched up live, I suppose. We could even just launch up the Biterex and send the ship away and have it make the science on the way out to the Shattered Planet again, and just dump it off the next time it comes back. Overgrowth soil. Is it really such a great way? Not the artificial soil, the overgrowth. Rocket capacity 14, so there's that. That is 140x worth. But it's only you get back a quarter. So 35x instead of 500. And it's not necessarily a problem that the rocket launch cost is expensive. The overgrowth soil does take a steady supply of the other things like Yumako seeds as well. I think that will be worth more. That will be more trouble than it's worth to. I think it will be easier to ship home the asteroids than it is to make overgrowth soil and then recycle it back into Biterex out in deep space. If we just launch the eggs up live, there's not going to be any Biterex spoiling involved, I think. Anyway, what is Promethium science anyway? There is 3 ingredients, all 3 very different. We got the Promethium asteroids, 2.5 per science pack, times 2.5. But we have the cryo plants, that's 128% productivity. Which means we need approximately 2000 chunks per minute. That is a lot of chunks per minute. So we should be harvesting over a red belt of Promethium asteroid chunks more than 30 a second. Just more than a full red belt of chunks continuously. Is that a lot? It sounds like a lot. That probably explains why the legendary inserters are here. But that does sound like a lot of asteroids. So 33 asteroids, let's say 33 asteroids a second. Better more. You can always try to compress a blue belt. Yeah, we can always make more ships, of course. Basically, if 4 ships cycling isn't gonna do it, we can just add 8 ships and have 2 ships above Novi's, 2 on the way, 2 out there, 2 on the way back, something like that. I have been trying to avoid that for the entire game, to make like multiples of the same ship. I like big singular builds, but for this purpose it might be more useful. Maybe not, maybe it's alright to fly deeper into space and actually try to come back with a lot of asteroids. Yeah, I'm not sure we will be able to do this without testing, but you know, we can just start slowly. I mean, we technically do not need 1800 SPM, because there's only one research project which uses these asteroids, the Promethium science pack, and that is that research productivity stuff. That's the only tech which uses that. So we can just take the military science approach, not really care too much about SPM, and just produce less of it, store it in chests until it's needed, like we're doing right now. How much does this cost though? We start at 1.2 million. Of course that's only like 300, about 300k actual science, I suppose. 400k maybe. So we would be able to like, yeah, alternate between this research project and some other ones. So yeah, we'll try to get to 1800 SPM, but we're not going to cry if we don't make it. Like I said, I don't want to perfect the design into editor mode. I just want to do it in the real world. Speaking of that, maybe we should actually load the real world, so time can start progressing again. Yeah, 33 Promethiums only. Just to get an idea of with our fastest inserters to date, these can basically do just under 2 per second. Theoretically, their speed is 1.91 per second. So if we divide that 33, it is like 18 inserters of these. Basically like this many inserters continuously putting stuff on a belt. I guess we can just leave that here. Oh, looks like I did some homework already last time. I completely forgot about that. I did actually, these values look familiar. I did look at those. I remember we were able to make the entire quantum processor without building new infrastructure on any of the planets. or at least not new mining infrastructure. We need like a separate rocket silo perhaps to fly the stuff to Aquilo. But in general, we are producing enough scrap and tungsten and whatever to just leech off of that and make the extra stuff required for the quantum processors. We need only 80 quantum processors a minute with the max productivity. Yeah, I think we're back. Not sure what the issue was this time. I think it was I didn't have my VPN on. I usually have that on when I stream. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. There are so many small little setup details that that vary every time. It's hard to get the consistent result like this. I guess we'll continue. At least the stream didn't go completely away on YouTube. I messed around with some settings so the stream doesn't automatically stop whenever I disconnect. So I guess that's good. Thanks. I missed a bunch of stuff. Alright, we're back. I didn't even know for how long I was out for. I just kept blabbering to myself for a while, I suppose. I did this in the meantime. Put just more symbols on the screen. So we're gonna start working on the Promethium signs out of the 3 very different processes. Bytrax will be last, the spaceship will be second. And first we're gonna start with the quantum processors, which consist of these ingredients. We are already making the blue chips on Novis. And we just need to put them in a rocket. And I guess that's the Aquilo Explorer that sometimes happens. Getting a little bit of extra laser damage probably wouldn't hurt. We should keep an eye on how fast the Aquilo Explorer loads its signs on board. You can probably see that here. Okay, we do have 123k in store, so we should be out pretty soon again. I guess we have spare time above Novis then. We are dropping the signs off above Novis, and we're only leaving when the signs is 0. So we should be watching when the ship gets back to Novis how much extra time we have, because we need to add 2 stops to the schedule to pick up the other parts for quantum processors. It looks like my YouTube chat is dead. So let me restart it as well. Alright, everything should be fine again. Okay, I missed a bunch of chat. Whoop said they will be removing the pipe nest blocking strategy. Alright. So if I do want to do this on that world at some point, I should probably move on with that. That's surprising to me, really. It's such a niche situational use. Doesn't really make any sense to do this in a normal game. Alright, so for the parts we are already making these on Vulcanus in a higher quantity than we need. These are idle. We need like 35 a minute. That's less than, that's like 2 per second, or half a tungsten carbide per second. We can just leech that off of here without any trouble and shove it into a separate rocket silo, I suppose. I guess that will be pretty easy. So technically we are making these on Vulcanus already. The carbon fiber on Gleba we're making as well. In the process of making the rare quality carbon fiber, we are making regular quality as well. And we have chests of that stuff now. I think we're actually trashing the surplus at the moment. Yeah, we're making 36 a minute, apparently, which is exactly what we need. So we'll probably want to stop trashing this at some point. I guess we already have a silo, which we could use there as well. So it should be fairly easy. Just request. Let's just request these things, these chests. And we can then start loading it into the silo. That way we'll stop trashing it already. Alright, so now we no longer will be trashing this, supposedly. Alright, that's Gleba. The superconductors though, I'm not really sure we're actually making those already. I guess we're trying to make qualities out of here. We're just making 1.5 per second. So as long as we stop trashing these, we already should be making those as well. This is going to be easy. So we're already making all the extra components on the planet. Except for the lithium plates, I suppose. Well, we might be making them already. We'll figure that out in the Aquilo part though. That is just Aquilo, native to Aquilo, so we will be building it on this planet. So we can always maybe add an extra beacon in here or something if we need to up the production. We need 70 plates a minute, so we'll see how that waits. We also need a little bit of extra fluid. So those are going to be later. So I guess we just need to travel around the planet. We need to build some rocket silos. Let's add a check mark for rocket silo. We need to take some stuff to make rocket silos on some different planet, perhaps. Rocket silos. I know how they look. I played this game before, I think. Alright, so on Norvis we definitely have the rocket silo. We just need to load it on the ship still. On Vulcanus, I think we need another rocket silo, especially for that purpose. These are for science. These were for artillery shells and or cliff explosives. I guess we could load. I think it would be nicer to have a separate rocket silo. Like maybe here. $500 per rocket. And then do we need more than one silo though? Or do we just need a fast silo? There's 2 rockets prepared ahead of time, right? So 2 rockets are ready. I can launch 1,000 of the things up. We need 70 a minute. So that's about 15 minutes worth of production. I think the Aquilo ship flies only once per hour. That takes 108,000 signs. For for 1800 SPM. Yeah, that's once per hour. So we actually will need... we need 35 a minute. 60. We need 2100 of the carbide stuffs. So that's like 4.5 launch, 4 launch and a little bit. Same for the carbon fiber and the other things. And they also go 500 on a rocket. So we probably do want to module up the rocket silo, since we need to launch 4 or 5 launches worth of stuff every time. And then superconductors, those are 1000 per rocket. Blue chips are on northeast, so we have capacity for that. That will be fine. This we'll just need to launch like 2 rockets, sometimes 3. Alright, so we do have a beacon on this one. So we might want to go faster on the creation, but we do have the rocket silo for Gleba. I don't think we could have the rocket silos for Vulcanus as well. I mean, we're not launching up cliff explosives, we're not launching up artillery shells anymore, probably ever. So I can technically just belt out these triangles and load them into these 4 silos over here. Just with inserters. And that way we can just simply load the entire amount at once. I could still do the extra silo here, just for style points. When we need to launch 5 rockets, that will automatically all go in one launch then. Alright. That means we do need an extra rocket silo for Vulcanus. Gleba should probably be alright. We do have 2 rocket silos on Gleba available actually. We have got this one here as well. So there is hope. Okay, I'm gonna count Gleba complete on rocket silos. Vulcanus, we need 1. Fulgora. Can we share this one? I think we're already using this one for holmium plates. We're loading that with bots. I think we'll build a separate rocket silo for the superconductors. Either that or I need to belt the superconductors to this tiny island as well. We could do that. This is a fast rocket silo. We're already waiting here for 8k of holmium plates anyway. So we might as well just add the superconductors to the list from the same silo. I don't think we had issues with the stream yet, since we reconnected, right? Thanks Rapucci for the 14 months. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead. We have all the rocket silos we need then. The only rocket silo we might need is one on Aquilo to launch up the quantum processors. Maybe not one, maybe more than one. Not sure where we're gonna make them yet. I guess we have a rocket silo on Aquilo as well. We can timeshare that rocket silo for our personal uses. Alright, it looks like we don't need to take any rocket silo materials. If it's not going to be fast enough, we can always add it later. So rocket silos are complete. So that entire column apparently wasn't needed. I think my ship anyway should have some ingredients on board. Like electric engines, the most difficult part. So if we really need to, we should be able to stamp out some rocket silos, I suppose. Right? Do I need to take anything specific? So what's the plan then? We'll just tour the solar system. I guess we'll start at Vulcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, and then go to Aquilo. That seems to be the route. Which means we need to start on Novis actually, with the blue chips. So that's going to be as simple as... Okay, before I make any changes, let's make a save. Quantum processor thing worked out. Smooth so far, alright, good. Hopefully it will stay that way now. Okay, we figured out the amounts, now we just need to go do it. So, for Novis, we are producing the blue chips already. Supposedly. It's a little bit... I don't remember how much this produces, but it seems to be idle enough of the time that we can afford to leach 35 blue chips per minute. Half of that for Aquilo, so we're just gonna call that good. So all Novis, I guess we're picking those up on Fulgora. Yeah, we're picking those up on Fulgora already. We don't even need to pick up any extra then, I suppose. But I guess we're gonna carry some extras on board. So those 6k are for rocket launches for Gleba. If we're gonna make one trip per hour, which we're currently doing, let's hope we can keep up with that. We need to launch on board 35 times 60, 2100 extra. So I suppose 8100. Let's go 3000 extra then. The question is, do we have extra space on board? We do have some extra space, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. I don't know if we have that much extra space. Still gonna get 14,000 signs in here. That's 7 more lines of signs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now it's 12k. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, until here is signs. And blue chips. Tungsten carbide is gonna be... We might not have space enough on the ship. We can upgrade the ship with a rare cargo base. I think we should do that. Because it looks like we won't have enough storage to guarantee that everything fits at the same time. 30 rare cargo base. Maybe we don't need 30, but let's see how much we have. We have exactly 0. Alright. Well, we have infinite free iron from space now. So I think we can afford to make him. We also have basically... We still have production of the quality LDSs going on. I think I have a whole chest here as well, so we can do that. I think we will just upgrade cargo base to rare, all of them, for the Aquilo ship. Okay, so let's request that to a requester chest. 20, 20 and 5. So 600 basically. $200 blue chips. That should be enough for 30 cargo base. So by the time this ship makes it back to Norvis, which will be pretty soon, we can actually launch those up if we quickly make them. Right. Which means if we want to quickly make them, you know what that means. We will basically do this. Alright, one more loop. Alright. I think that's all of them. 30 pieces. Which means... we can request those up. If we put them in here. Right, we're still on the way to Glaba, so maybe we didn't need that much of a hurry. We'll pick up the 30 cargo base from Norvis. On Norvis we wait until all requests are satisfied, which includes the cargo base. So that should go automatically. And we won't run into space problems for our extra pickups. So what we are interested in though is how far away is the request on Norvis when the ship arrives. Then we can kind of calculate how much extra time we have. So we are basically requesting 22k signs down here. And then these chests are requesting 8k each. 16 times 8,000 plus 22,000. That's 150k. We currently have 91k in the system still. Let's call it 91k flat. So we have spent only 60k, which means the ship has been away for 32 minutes. It's 32 minutes ago since the Aquilo ship left, and it's on the way back to Norvis at an average speed of about 70 kilometers a second, accounted for gravity. And we are 30,000 kilometers away. So it still takes the ship 7 more minutes to arrive. So 32 and 7. We're making a round trip of about 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Alright. So we have 20 minutes to add Vulcanus and Fulgora. So, sorry, Vulcanus and Gleba to the mix. I feel that should be possible. That should not take 20 more minutes. So now it's flying from Aquilo to Gleba to Novis to Fulgora back to Aquilo. So I guess we just need to make it fly the entire route like this. Now it flies 2 Aquilo legs and it flies 2 inner solar system legs. It's gonna fly 1, 2, 3 inner solar system legs to visit all the planets. That's only 15,000 extra kilometers of flight time. At 70 kilometers a second or so. So the flight time adds, let's say, 4 minutes. So we're up to 44 minutes, which means we have 16 minutes to launch all of the extra stuff on board. That is basically 4 minutes per planet of launch time. Four minutes of launching per planet. Yeah, we should be able to get away with that, even if we need to do a double launch on some planets. So we're still going to fit within the hour. So it looks like we need to indeed provide enough resources for quantum processors to last 1 hour. Which means 2100 items per hour. So if I load 3000 on the ship of each, yeah, that is gonna be good. Alright, that means we won't get in trouble with flight time, I think, if I calculated that correctly. Let's ask Ben the fish, where is he? Oh, there he is. Somewhere over here. Kinda hard to tell which. We should be able to give them a different color or something. It's kinda hard to tell. But the Aquilo ship, they're still on the way to Gleba. We cannot really go much faster because of the laser turret stuff. We just need to keep an eye on that actually that we upgrade the cargo bay. Do we already send it? I don't think we already sent it. We'll send it out on the next loop to pick up the other planetary stuff as well, just in one single swoop. It's gonna be resting above Novis anyway, to throw all the signs off. Oh wait, we are launching this up from Fulgora, I suppose. So, sure. Means we're gonna launch it up from this area. These rocket silos are maximum speed already. Of course, we need to launch up extra stuff from here still. If it turns out to be not fast enough, we can probably just add a silo or two to the mix. It's not too big of a problem. I think we just should get going. We are ready to head out of here. So we did add blue chips to the schedule. I have done absolutely nothing, and I've already given myself 10 check marks. That is how generous I'm feeling today towards myself, apparently. This is way too many check marks, even for me. Right, so first planet, Vulcanus. Let's go to Vulcanus. We throw all of my stuff in this chest, including this stuff. We'll take the extra armor. I guess we'll keep the 4 keep the 4 things on there. Maybe we don't. That's for novice. Alright. So Johnny Silo, here we come, yet again. Alright, there comes the rare iron from space. Slowly but surely. Bringer of Mike Hendons. It still hurts quite a bit, man. It's small worms only. I got the effing mech armor. They got a pot shot in already. Ah, my pipe blocking system isn't really gonna work that well anymore. I had the pipes there, so I wouldn't walk too far, but of course now I can just fly over them. Anyway, off to Vulcanus. Yeah, this is post-game stuff. Thanks, yeah, Marcus, for the 20 months. Hey, Solid Boy, thanks for the 25 months as well. Oh, and Obsolete is here as well. And Sander got the 15 streams. 15 streams in a row, man. And that with my irregular stream schedule. That's some dedication right there. Alright. Everybody's favorite part, except for mine. It was definitely fun the first 15 times that we did this. I would say I completed the laser ship only idea with the solar system edge victory condition stuff. Now we're post game. We can do whatever we want. We can even research fast and further if we want to. Believe it or not. Probably not. Off to Vulcanus we go. Yeah, the supercut is gonna be... Okay, that was like probably half an hour ago already. The supercut is gonna be glorious. I think for the Space Age 1000 times run. Oh, we're already there. That was fast. Fast inserters aren't real. You can just use regular inserters and speed up the game. That will make them fast. Right. Let's go down to Vulcanus. Vulcanus, by the way, is probably one of the first planets to run into resource problems. We should be able to see that in time though. So at some point, if we're not producing enough of these things anymore, we still should have a bunch of signs in the bank, so we do have some time to react. I'm gonna say we're okay still though. Right. Do I have an inventory? If yes, is it in these chests? It does appear so. Alright, I can control 300 bots now, right? So yeah. Actually, I did bring the extra bots on the ship. for each planet, so we might as well drop them off now. Okay, so railgun is all sign specs except purple production signs. Which means half of the planet is not working at the moment. Right, more bots, more better. How's Jimmy doing? That's a good question. I think it's still roaming about, protecting the starter tungsten patch to make sure nobody touches it. It looks very untouched, so as far as I'm concerned, he's been successful in doing so. He's trying to go fully remote. No, not yet at least. Not construction. We're not roboporting, are we? On every planet just yet. Just yet. As if I'm going to do that. Just yet. Right, what are we supposed to do? We just need to leech off of here, basically. This side was not going to happen. How do I want to do that? I want to make sure science keeps getting supplied. But I also want to make sure that some of those things go there. We need technically only 35 a minute. Which means I could just draw off these things with a single inserter and we should be fine. Literally as easy as that. We'll put a fish finder on hotbar slot 1. This is all we need to do. That is enough tungsten carbide for all the quantum processors for 1800 SPM. We might do that somewhere else. Because here we are stuck in the demolisher area. We do need to get them to these 4 silos. I think we're just gonna load them in the silos and call it good. Perhaps we can insert... Yeah, we can... we can fill some chests, I think. So we'll have the stuff coming in here. I'm going to need bots to do that fast, don't I? 500 insertions. Or I'll just do it like this, but for... I think we'll do it like this. But for tungsten carbide. We will keep the top part. So basically like this, I suppose. Probably don't have enough inserters. There's the foundry missing though. Right. Still should have some extra of those. We're gonna need, I guess we'll go with the yellow bells. Do we red bells? We'll do red bells. Everything is red bells on this planet, so let's do it with red bells. I guess we have enough underground splitters though. Could use some more of those. could also do the top. I think we'll leave the top for the artillery shells. Looks kind of nice how that's set up. We don't need super speed. We do need 4 belts incoming. I guess technically we need only 1 belt incoming. But we'll split it over 4 once it's in. Can make it a bit more chunky. Alright. And then each of these needs to be split over the respective rocket silo. Okay, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Okay, we can span with this guy. So we can go around. Not great. Ideally I would go green. I don't know if I have green belts left on this planet. Believe it or not, it's the planet where we make them, but we might not actually have any on this planet. I will know because I don't have a logistics network. I cannot press L and just find out. Okay, we're gonna need 8 of those. So basically what I want to do is I want to have 242 on board exactly. That'll drop 8. Alright, now we can delete this again. Alright, that makes things a little easier. So we'll upgrade this to green. Let's go pick those up. Then we'll belt over the triangles. What's a 4D-StarShip? It's got quadruple belt weaving, I suppose. Hey, you gotta make some... You gotta play the game a little bit with the titles and stuff. I try not to do that too much. I'm still... Don't worry, I'm still a long ways away from surprised Pikachu faces on my thumbnails and whatever. That's not gonna happen just yet. Alright, so this is then the setup we really want. Alright. That means 1 belt can go in here. Let's take the outer one, because those can go straight. I'm not entirely sure this will work out as I want, so I'll place that manually. Second one. Third one. And fourth one. I suppose we'll have to do a turn. So we'll we'll make the logical turn. Alright. So now we need to scenically connect it to this area where we're gonna leech them off in the first place. Let's start over at this area over here. So we could leech them off the base. It kind of makes sense to do that, really. Can we just go straight line all the way? Can we just go straight line? It does kind of appear that we can. I think we'll do that. So we literally need 1 inserter drawing stuff off of this belt. Kinda even want to do that before we're even going into the splitter stuff. I suppose we could get it off here. We need to go down there. That kind of makes sense. We'll just draw it off here, I suppose. But we want to draw it off slowly. We just want to draw it off slowly. So something like that. That goes all the way out here. Let's use a blue belt then to get it out of here. Blue splitter. I know this doesn't work quite right. I think it eventually should fill up though. It is so hard to see. Okay, let's not connect this just yet, but this should, both belts should back up all the way eventually. So now we can get that belt out of here. And then we want to basically split it off into two belts again. Something like that. That's too long. That looks like a green belt length to me. So let's drop another 4. Alright. Alright, no, this is not working as I wanted to. I guess I should do it like this then. This side should back up now as well. Alright, it is backing up. Very slowly, but it is backing up. Man, this wild mess of swinging inserts is absolutely beautiful. We'll speed it up slightly, just to fill up the initial bunch, but there it comes. That's how it's gonna flow. Yeah, Wolfram is, I think, the German and Dutch term. I think tungsten is very... I don't know if it's American. I think English people call it tungsten as well, no? The British people, I mean. Okay, we do have the the tree. Flaming trees need to be protected at all costs. These trees not so much though. This looks like a blue span. It is exactly too much for a blue span. Alright. We are not doing yet another green belt. Alright, and that can go to the silos. Is that enough capacity though? We need a belt buffer of the stuff. I think this belt is not long enough. So we are going to need some extra oomph. I guess we can use more of these inserters to do that. No, that's not going to work. We need we might need to do some belt weaving to make a belt buffer of these things. We do need to have 2100 of the things on the belt in total. Which, how do we even measure that? I guess we will already just fill the rocket silos with some stash we've got laying around. We've got plenty of those triangles laying around. So 500 per launch. So we'll just simulate that these have been filled already. They are not launching, but the inserters, they will put it in the silo. So we just assume those are already full. Which means that is tungsten. Tungsten automated, but do we have enough? That is still the question. So we want to be loading it on the silo with this speed, but the problem is we are only loading it onto the belt with this speed, which means we need to have like a full launch worth of chunks on these belts if we want to be successful. I kind of think we're gonna do belt weaving for this section over here. Just want to quickly compress the belt. So we'll use some inserters for that. And basically what we have to do is just read all of the belts individually and add them together. I guess we don't need the power line to see it, we can see it here. Okay, there's 1400 on there, that's promising. So we got 2000 buffer in the silos, those will buffer up already. So technically we need... Oh, we need only 100 on the belt then. Okay, it would... We're gonna have enough on the belt. We don't need to do any belt weaving. We can just have this fill up naturally. Alright, yeah, then that is gonna be good, I think. Alright, that means Vulcanus is truly automated. We have 2000 plus whatever this amount is. And I guess we also should even add this last belt section over here. But it's gonna be full enough already. 2400 on the belt alone. On the belts alone. Maybe we should not be... There's 1.9k here, but... on the shortest belt there's only 351 pieces. So maybe we do not need to count that too much. We will count this whenever it's full. There's more than 1,000 pieces on the belt already, just on this part. So that's 3,000 buffer. Yeah, we should be good here. There's no way we're not good. Alright. Then Vulcanus is truly done, I think. That was all the automation Vulcanus needs. Which basically kinda means let's stuff everything in the chest. We are probably ready to head out of here. $263 belt segments. That sounds about right, with 8 items per belt. So we got 200 belts here. And another 100 something on the right side of that. So we have 300 belts buffer. That should be alright. Let's get rid of this ugly filling station. And the only thing we need to do is send the ship here. I think we'll do the entire schedule in one go though. For the meantime, we are done. Tungsten, fully automated. So that should work basically until the end of time, or until we are not mining enough tungsten anymore, whichever comes first. It's going to be the second one because the tungsten mines are getting weak. Several of these have been running out. 700k, 700k from 4 million. So we will have to come back here. I think we can still postpone coming back to Vulcanus to strengthen the mining patches until after. Something went terribly wrong. And I think it has to do with... I think I messed up something with... Aquilo signs then. Oh no. I think the Aquilo ship is still... No? What's going on then? Which science bag is not being... Glabber science? How is Glabber science? The outer rocket parts or something? No? Is something wrong with the ship? Okay, I'm confused. I do have a save point right here, which we just made. Let's go back a little bit, see what if we can figure out what's going on. Wait. Okay, the rockets have now just launched. Now everything seems to be back to normal now. So let's go back 7 minutes ago and see what was holding up the stuff. No continuous SPM. Yeah, I know. It sucks. I do want to reload. Just redo the Vulcanus part. Yeah, we do have a problem with rocket parts. We are out of rocket parts. But why are we out of rocket parts though? Which ship is supposed to bring those things? I forgot. It's been a while. Troll, alright. It's now on the way to Glabber. Glabber signs. 4,000 remaining. Yeah, I think it's gonna be late already. And now we have dropped those things. There goes the rocket fuel as well. The question is, why is this not enough then? Apparently we are not bringing enough to Glabber. We do have Mark III productivities in there. We're not launching anything else off of Glabber, at least not yet. And this guy is still waiting on signs. I could possibly save it by just sending this ship to Novice already. Just by going back like a few minutes. Or, you know, just like switching to a not Glabber technology for a second, like fast and silver. Or like a laser turret damage or something, which we want anyway. Or anything else. Literally anything else. And we could do that right now. I still do want to find the cause though, because if I don't know the cause, then what is stopping me? What is it stopping from happening again? We are doing Fulgora signs, right? We are doing Fulgora signs at the moment. So, how is Fulgora? It does seem like we are producing signs at 1800 SPM for forever, basically. Although, I think there's like some problem with the ship for some reason. So we stopped producing signs, but that has to be because the chest just filled up. And the chests have to be filled up because the trawler got stuck somewhere for some reason. Did we get stuck on Novice to get all requests satisfied? Oh, okay, that might be the case. Are the Vulcanus ships just taking priority? Did the trawler just get stuck waiting too long for rocket fuel or Novice? No, it cannot be, because we're also launching that from Fulgora. From these two dedicated rocket silos, which have their chests completely full. with 30k of each. And these rockets launch at about maximum speed. Okay, that beats me. Let's go back a little bit further just to see if we can figure out the cause. So I guess 34 minutes ago. Maybe a feedback loop of rocket pass being slightly late. Science shouldn't be spoiling more, but yeah, the trawler might have gotten stuck somewhere. Out of low density structures. Alright, out of low density structures for some reason. Yeah, I think I see what's going on. It's a buffer problem, really. We are using up so many low density structures that we draw empty the entire belt. And no new low density structures are coming in for a while, since the entire factory stops at some point when the chests fill up completely. Which means that actually could gridlock everything, right? It is a very simple fix, really. We just need like a small buffer chest for the rocket parts. I think this may have something to do with it. It worked fine before. But now we are also feeding this silo from the same buffer. And anything that doesn't go on the belt just goes here and gets trashed, basically. That's what's happening. Alright, so we did figure out the problem then. Science is already dead here, right? Yeah, science already dead here. It just happened like a minute ago. So it's a Fulgora problem. That is not too bad because we are going to Fulgora 2 planets from now. Now the belt is full again. It looks like, yeah, there's just too much of a lapse in supply of LDSs. So I guess we just grab some, put them in a chest, and then feed them back onto the belt. Maybe for blue chips and rocket fuel as well. I guess rocket fuel, no, because rocket fuel has quite the backlog of a belt here already. All the solid fuel. The solid fuel supply line is pretty short here as well, so that should be alright. And we got rocket fuel coming in on this super long belt as well. So rocket fuel is never going to be a problem. We need low densities and blue chips though. Those we need to store up and feed back onto the belt. Then we'll be alright. Okay, so what did we do? I think we only counted the belts here. $2.5k now that the belts are supposedly full. Yeah, 2.5k. Okay, that's more than a single launch just on the belt already. So what we do is, instead of solving the problem fully, we'll just temporarily switch research. I guess that's the power of space age. We can keep forcing full science. basically Glabin science runs out and that's it. Alright, so we got 3 minutes then before that happens. Alright, we did not pre-fill the belt yet. We don't need to pre-fill the belt though. That should automatically happen. I think we can already head out. These belts are now getting all filled. That should be alright. And we can go back to our spaceship. The rocket part drop rate is limited by the amount of landing pad extension things we've got going on Gleba. There's not that many. Okay, here comes the rocket parts. So yeah, you can see they land on all of these pads at the same time, and then it takes a little bit of time before the next batch will arrive. So now the rockets will get finished. Of course, going to take a little bit of stocking up before everything is alright again. Okay, we still got some signs in here. Only really need to switch temporarily. We don't need to fully run out of signs. Is this a good excuse to finish fast inserter? No, it's not. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking we shouldn't research fast inserter. Maybe we should research belt immunity equipment. I actually might want that. It will stop too many sciences though. I want to keep most of them going. What is the logical first technology we would want, which does not involve Gleba science? I guess laser weapons damage 8 would help the Aquilo ship take less damage. 2 million is not too much either. We're not gonna complete it yet, but we can start it. Spidertron does require a Gleba science. Epic quality requires a Gleba science. I think bot speed. Let's go bot speed. That keeps all the Norwegian science packs busy. Oh yeah, let's slot in bot speed for a little bit. Not too long. Just until the Gleba stockpile is back up. So just like a minute or 10, and then we'll switch back, I suppose. Let's fly to Norvis with the science we have. Okay, science is already on the way. That's bad news. We're probably just gonna wait until everything is here then. I suppose that's fine. Yeah, let's just wait until we got 10k then. No, let's go. Let's go to Norvis if we can. We probably cannot. Oh no, we might be able to escape if we can leave before this rocket launches. Yeah, we're on the way. With 5 of the 10k signs. Alright. Tech base saved. Tech base is saved. Run saved. We have to go to Gleba next. Oh. Push the button. I can do it. Simple fix of making at least rocket fuel on Gleba. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is we weren't launching signs up continuously because we're out of LDSs. So that kinda Production paused, LDS is finished. But since we finished those LDSs, a little bit of production restarted. It took some time for those LDSs to get here. Production stopped again, etc, etc. So it's like staggered. It's started up again. That's what I think really happened. Okay, so basically what I want to do now. Should I switch it to ore? That could cause problems with EM signs itself as well. We just waited way too long on Fulgora for all the signs to get onto the ship. I guess that's gonna happen again now. Maybe it didn't stagger, but maybe we are just consuming too many LDSs when we are launching signs. We are consuming more than that belt we have here. And the live production rate of LDSs is not fast enough. We can actually look this scrap over here. No, we did have this scrap production that completely like staggered for a little bit. Yeah, that is... Wait, we should be able to solve that once we get to Fulgora, so let's drop to Glabba. Yeah, nothing is bad about science running out technically, but we have been basically working our hardest to keep science going at the intended rate. First 900, then 1000, then 2000, and now 5904 SPM. Trying to keep up science at all times, and we have succeeded so far, so I would like to keep that going. I do wonder if I have some extra stuff laying around, so I might as well pick that up real quick. One key. Okay, we can pick up another set. Means we can pick up almost everything. Yeah, 2K, alright. Sure. I would like to imagine that stash randomly put over there is precisely to restart, like to fix the problem a little bit faster compared to what we were doing. Alright. We can put those in later. It is planet 2, so my ship, I'm gonna forget it on at least one planet. We should drop 2 sets of bots for ourselves. They should fit. All we need to do here is, we didn't even need to drop to the planet really. Do I have Mark III productivities? I don't think I do. I don't suppose I just left them in there in some random location. So I guess we're gonna have to live with launching up carbon fiber. More slowly. I think I do want to change these for requester chests though. And we will request from buffer chest. That way, yeah, we should be taking from these instead of like equally distributing it over these chests and these. That will mess me up at some point. So let's just put those in there. Two inserters only. I could bot load this rocket. I don't really want to flick this on though, because I don't know if that will have any unintended side effects. 500 per launch, which it means we can stock up on 500. I do think we will need to also prepare this silo over here. And that does look to be our personal silo. It doesn't have any requester chests or whatever. Can I do that? It will take it from here. Okay, let's go grab the other half. How is it going with this guy? This guy's on the way. How's it going on novice? With signs. 14k, alright. So yeah, let's switch back into rail guns. Since Glabber Science is not gonna run out now. That should be alright. So those are the absolute last pieces, so perhaps I should take some of that in a chest. In case I ever get stranded or something. Doesn't seem too likely, but you never know. Okay, let's grab 100 of each. Alright, then we can we need to my inventory. I can upgrade those to requester chests as well. And we should be fine. How is it going here? Still enough. Alright, so that's our emergency package out of here. Grab those. Something like that. Ooh, I might have messed that up. That is the inserter limit. The science is less than 69% fresh, which means we cannot put it in fast enough. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to switch around a couple times. But I can artificially up the SPM later a little bit. I think I'm not gonna go too crazy over that, except for switching so that the inserters can keep up a little bit better. What was I doing again? Preparing the other rocket silo as well. I'll remember. Over 5904 SPM because of this switch and beat stuff. Let's go with 500 of each, since we have that. Alright, then we can add another requester chest. Or 2. To do the same thing. Add 1 beacon for a little bit of speed. Okay, and then we request 4K carbon fiber there as well. Let's save the bots. Alright. So that should be, the inserter speed is going to be the limiting factor here. We will need to wait a maximum of 500 swings. Divided by, let's say 2 swings, 250 seconds. Okay, that is the full 4 minutes we have per planet. So Gleba could be a slow planet, but then again Vulcanus and Norvis and are going to be fairly fast. So I think we're still going to be fitting in that 16 minutes of loading time total for the 4 planets. So that should do it for Gleba. These are ready. So I can stash my entire inventory away again. Where is the triangle ship? Still waiting for the signs. How is it looking on Fulgora? Do we have the same problem already? No. No, we don't. We are not out of low density structures at all. Despite we are launching signs like a maniac. We didn't have a backlog either. Everything just goes straight into the trash. Right, maybe this was some weird anomaly. Let's not pay too much attention to it. All of that fits. I think all of this fits as well, but before that is finished, that ship should be back again. Yeah, alright. That's gonna be it for Gleba. Gleba's done. And now we go to the planet where we can actually fix the problem. Alright, so we are off to the next one. Fulgora. Efficient flight pods. Okay, we've got 40,000 signs on board, so it's like 14 more launches. 7 more pairs of launches. The rocket fuel is still being launched on board as well. We might have been coinciding with the other ship, which is loading stuff. Aren't we loading this on Fulgora as well? This we are loading on Norvies. Yeah, I don't think we are actually loading this from Fulgora for Aquilo. For Aquilo we're just loading it from Norvies. So that couldn't have interacted with it either. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure then why this stopped. Kinda at the end of the cycle, this is still backed up. Right, we are at Fulgora. The last of the 4 planets for the quantum processor ingredients. But these launch at 1,000 each, and we can load it with bots, so it should be a fairly quick stop. Right, still did not forget to send extra bots down. No, only 2 stacks. Alright, the other 2 stacks are for Aquilo. Right, we're first gonna look. Alright, this is where we made the mech armor. Nice. We got a bunch of those again. I'm not really interested in making the equipment for the air armor now. Basically, we can just use this one, which is continuously producing superconductors with the hopes of getting quality ones. We just need some new outserters. And again, we don't really need a lot. That could be good. We technically could belt that out over here and fill it into a chest. We can just share the belt with chromium plates, I suppose. And literally one would be enough. To keep up. So this belt is already going out there. I side loaded that to make it look more full, but instead we can just put those things on the side now. Somewhere. Which means I need to be on the bottom side of the belt. Which they are. That should be it then. There they go. Onto the chromium belt. And those will go into this chest then. Holds up to 9,600, which should be plenty. And then this one automatically requests, so that should get loaded on there. We just need to somehow read that chest. I guess we can read the belt. If the belt here is full, then we can activate these two inserters. Okay, that doesn't look nice. I will just read this one. I don't know if that belt is gonna get filled up completely. Dang it, I want it to look nice. I guess it could. Okay, let's just simulate how many of those things go on the belt. 2, 3, 4, 3. Alright, so 3 on the belt. So we just read the belt, hold only this belt, and then we say only if more than 2 on the belt, in case it ever goes wrong, we will recycle these. That means we'll be producing less of these, a little. Most come from here. But some come from the recycling, I suppose. We definitely can grab the first chest though. And fill that up. Yes, now this already gets backed up. We'll just simulate that this belt is already full. And that should do it. We've got 100 bots in here. It's not too many, but I think that should be alright. Science is holding on. Go back to 5904. How has it been over the last hour? I think we have a small dip. No, 5904 average over the last hour. No dip. This was the messing about with the quality. We overcompensated with the bot speed stuff, giving Glabber Science time to fill up again. It looks like we're alright. No signs dropped. Only frames are dropped on this stream. No signs. Alright. That should do it for Fulgora, I think. Alright, so... Okay, now these should enable again. No? Okay, somehow this time only 2 pieces fit on the belt. Sure. If it's bigger than 1 then. Okay, now we're recycling here again. Alright, good. Good stuff. I think that's all. All the parts from all the other planets are now automatically being loaded onto rocket silos. And the trawler should be away. The trawler is away on the way to Glabber. We got everything on board, but the Glabber should have plenty of stuff still remaining. It does. I guess the amount of rocket launches here should be insignificant compared to these. These amounts were calibrated for Mark II productivity, not Mark III. So we should be bringing enough. I think that was just a weird problem on Fulgora, which we're gonna fix now. Right. It's gonna look a little bit ugly, I suppose. But oh well. Alright, so can we drop stuff on the ground here? That's the first question. Let's grab LDSs. This guy should grab LDSs. This guy should grab it. Okay, so that works. We don't need to deconstruct this. And the other guy grabs blue chips, I suppose. Okay, that works as well. And then these go into chests. Chests don't fit here. That's fine. I guess we cannot really draw blue chips off the belt like that. LDS should go in the front, so LDS should be in the back. I don't want to make a normal system. I refuse to make a normal system. Alright. Something like that. And again. Okay, we're out of quality inserters. Don't tell me I don't have quality inserters left somewhere. I mean, these are quality inserters. They don't need to be. Yeah, they are. Right. If we want to match that up. No, that doesn't work. I think I'm succeeding in making not a normal system. At least there's that. Okay, the blue chips are blocking. Alright, so now we got a a buffer system. Don't ask what kind of buffer system, but it's a buffer system. We got one. Question is, can this back up? It doesn't appear so. We put the blue chip onto the splitter here. The low density structures do seem to just continue. So sure. Means I'm happy. We still have the inserter limiting thing going on, but in general I think we should be okay. I'm gonna say that will solve the one in a I don't know how many issue of that weird thing happening to us. Right, then we are ready to get out of here as well. Final planet done. You know the UPS has been doing on the save since you had to overcompensate for the science modifier. I think UPS is fine. It's still fine. We can take a look at it. Fulgora done. So despite my stupid inserter shenanigans, which are the main cause of UPS issues, we're still running at 60. And we can still run at about 120 if I'm not looking at stuff. Or about 100 if we are looking at stuff. So not too bad. Alright. Final planet done. Alright. Suppose then we're off to Aquilo. Actually automate the quantum processors. We don't have a ship to launch to put them on yet, except for our own. Did I upgrade this ship to go to Aquilo or not? How is this thing doing? Let's take these out for safety. Don't quite think we can go max speed. The Aquilo Explorer is flying at 80 kilometers a second without using modules in there. I think we copied that ship, kind of. We're gonna go 80 kilometers a second after passing the halfway mark as well. Alright, so we have a little bit of time to kill. Which means we can set up this ship. First of all, let's take those cargo bays. I suppose we could make an upgrade planner. And do this. Zoop. And now we have a lot of space on here. And we are flying to Norvis, so let's drop these down to Norvis. Since we won't be needing them here anymore. We might be using them somewhere else. This ship is not flying to Gleba. We could potentially upgrade these on Gleba. Or maybe just add a couple for safety. Because it's quite limited in terms of stuff we can get in here. Okay, so we're again gonna run into trouble, are we not? I think we're again gonna run into trouble. Trawler is again stuck. Waiting for signs. For what? Are we just waiting too long to offload the signs on Novice? We have a science production problem. Somehow some stuff is getting stuck. And it is steel. There's the real problem. Apparently I cannot recycle all the steel. That's the real problem. So now we're only running at half capacity here. Alright. I was afraid that would happen. That was the only really untested part of the entire Fulgora build. Since I did want to, you know, not waste all the quality, not waste all the steel which comes from the recycling process. So I made quality steel, quality chests. Well, those have finally, like, backed up enough. So that all of this is full. That's a lot of quality steel though. So apparently this loop is getting stuck. So I think we just need to go back to Fulgora yet again and fix that really. Alright, so let's not go to Aquilo. Do we have... I think we do have time to just fly back. Guess it's a little bit of a distance. But oh well. At least the science keeps going if we don't reload. So the trawler is on the way to Gleba now with new rocket parts. So we have been waiting until science is full, but science did not fill up. And we're using up 80 a minute here. Basically, if we are launching 11 science, which means that stack of 3000 lasts only 37 minutes. 37 minutes. That should be enough. Should it? We were waiting for like 16 minutes or so. I guess we fly, maybe... Still don't figure out... Ah, it's and! It should be or, I think. No, it should be both. Alright, so... We do want to fly after 1000 seconds have passed, but not before... Yeah, 1000 seconds is fine. It's slightly longer than we need to load the signs on board. The problem is we are not producing enough signs, so apparently we're not launching enough signs on board either. Don't exactly know why. I'm imagining just that these chests are running out of signs at some point, or at least one of the two. And then we are not loading the silos fast enough. That's probably what's going on. Let's check how much Gleben science still is remaining. Alright, over 10k. Took a while to get into trouble last time. I think we just dropped off another load of science. Yeah, that means we now have 20k signs. That is about what we should have. So... We are not completely out of rocket parts. We are already filled up. Okay, this trawler already has gone to Gleba. It's going back to Fulgora now to pick up the rest of the signs. Sure, we're also on the way back to Fulgora to fix whatever the problem was with the signs. Yeah, Space Age has drag in space. There's a lot of mechanisms that are not realistic, but you know, it's not Space Simulator, it's Factorio. I think doing stuff like Kerbal Space Program in Factorio would be a little bit beyond the scope. I think if you ignore the differences from a realistic space scenario, I think it's pretty well balanced the way space works in Factorio, even though it's not like a realistic simulation of how maneuvering in space works. So, why does this sometimes work fast enough and sometimes not work fast enough? So why is it stuck? Is it like a design flaw? This is supposed to never trash rare chests directly, but this thing fills up. So where is this guy connected to? It's reading 1.1k chests from this chest. Okay, so somehow this chest should be empty, but it's not. Which means this guy is disabled. I think we're just gonna get rid of the quality steel mechanic. We have iron from space now, so we can make as much quality steel as we want. Let's check how much we already have now. Almost 100k rare quality iron. We started off with like, I don't know, 12k or 20k or something like that. So that's been nice. We have finally overtaken quality copper. I think we're just gonna simplify that part of the Fulgoran base and just recycle away all the steel without quality in mind completely. Alright, off we go. Promethium signs slightly delayed by the usual stuff of something breaking somewhere in your Factorio factory. The inventory. I think we don't really need anything, to be honest. I think we can just take out the quality modules and call it good. I don't think I'll ever need this many quality chests, to be honest. I'm just gonna take all of that out. I'm gonna take all of the steel out as well. I was putting it to normal chest because it was out of quality chests. Are you kidding me? I'm not out of quality chests, am I? Sure. I guess we don't have efficiency modules on hand, so let's take them out here as well. I guess this guy is doing most of the work. Let's put him in there. These won't be doing any work anymore, actually. Okay, so that should start keeping up again. We should see steel is unclogging. Now we just go and do the same thing at the other side, and that should fix Fulgoran signs completely and forever. The other side is a little bit of distance away. Let's not look for too long at that splitter. That is bad for the eyes. It's not the only thing in this factory which is bad for the eyes. Alright, so fairly simple fix, I think. We should have the same setup here. This thing was started a little bit later, which explains why it's not completely clogged up just yet, I suppose. Alright. Okay, so that is so much quality steel. Alright, that should do then. Let's check. Guess we can just fly there now. I do keep thinking I'm like immune now because I have the mech armor, but I'm not. Alright, so then it basically means this was not the problem. I'm gonna keep it now, but this was not the problem. The problem was basically just steel clogging up and clogging up everything as Fulgora does. Because I was greedy, I wanted to have the quality stuff. Well, I do now. If I ever need quality steel, you know, I know where to get it. Quality steel or quality chest, we can just come over here. Now everything should run fine forever. I hope. I just cleaned up slightly so it fits in one chest. Right, there we go. Then we are off again. I think it would suit me. Alright, to kind of balance it out again. I think that is Fulgora fixed. Fulgora quali steel problem fixed. And I did not check signs per minute if it kept up, but it does look like it. 2 more hours until railgun is in. I guess that is kind of required to start building and sending out ships, so we still have some time. I guess we can check out the railgun recipe. We might want some quality railguns on the ship. Alright, attempt number 2, off to Aquilo. Here is the science belt, it's over here. Okay, 17k, we just dropped off a load, so it is looking good. So why am I reading this? I have no idea. Okay, it does look alright. 5904, no dimples in the signs. No fish have yet escaped. Still 120k. Guess at some point we should distribute some more fish over the inner solar system as well. We can survive on Aquilo. As well as on Gleba. Because Aquilo is the more surprising one. Okay, so how is it going with the heat? Okay, we still have some rocket fuel here. This has lasted a very long time. "30 hours already. So if this lasts 30 hours, this entire thing is gonna last 40. So this is gonna last 80. I don't think... how difficult is it to get a belt out there? It's not too difficult, right? We can just use this horizontal. This rocket fuel is all kind of filling up. I guess we can just put solid fuel on the belt instead of rocket fuel. Just throw it out there. On the other side we could grab rocket fuel off of here. Put it on a belt. Have it go horizontal next to the heat pipe. That will drain more heat from the heat pipe though, if I put a belt there. That is a thing. And then just connect it to here. There's no extra heat pipes needed, just a bunch of underground belts and whatnot. So I think we'll just automate it and then we don't need to think about it anymore. Next YouTube video when? Probably in about 2 weeks. I'm about halfway. I'm not halfway, I think. Am I halfway? I don't think I'm quite halfway just yet with editing the next one. I hope to get it on Patreon upcoming Friday, but that might be wishful thinking. Yeah, I am also... Okay, that is an old comment already. I'm surprised that the UPS has held up so well, especially being able to run at 2 times game speed still, with all of the planets completely built up. I thought we would be pushing the limit. of 60. We're going at 60 UPS at that point, given the max UPS we were able to do earlier. Don't ask me how it works, man. The coding behind this game is just pure magic. I don't know how this runs. If you're old like me, you remember those Flash browser games which just constantly used like 100% CPU power at all times, just in case. And then you got Factorio with literally a million moving parts, and it just runs fine and smooth. Yeah, I just cannot understand how this runs so well. I mean, you look at one of these servers and you think, oh, that's impressive. It runs quite well. And then you got like four more of the same ones, and then a dozen spaceships or so. It absolutely boggles the mind. We are cutting it close, man, with those laser turrets. I think another damage level upgrade might really help. You know, 2 million signs is not nothing. So I guess we can 2 million signs or a couple of broken walls per hour. You know, if you start thinking like that, it becomes economically unviable to research any technology at all. Even automation at 10,000. Okay, we didn't need 10,000 science packs for automation. If we would have needed 10,000 science packs for automation, it would just not be economically viable to research automation. We would just be handcrafting all game long everything. Yeah, you can play multiplayer and not just like with 4 players or something. You can have like hundreds of players on a server and somehow it doesn't crash. I just am speechless. I have no idea how. I mean, I have the summary, but I don't know how it works. The summary is with like probably like over 15 years of pure developer dedication to a single project. That is how this game got so optimized. But on a technical level, I have no clue. Alright. Aquilo. I think the first thing we do actually before we drop down at Aquilo Explorer is at Novis now. So we are waiting for the science packs to drop to 0. I think we add the requests. We already have the processing units here. So on Fulgora we want to request not only holmium plates, but also 3,000 superconductors. Okay, apparently that's 3 launches worth of stuff. But it's done by bots, so that's fine. We do have the space now. In general, what should the route be? We fly from Aquilo. I guess we either fly Fulgora, Novis, Vulcanus, Gleba, Aquilo, or the other way. I think we'll fly the other way. So I should send the ship to Gleba at this point. Where? We'll do it in order. We are requesting 3000 regular carbon fiber. Sure. All requests satisfied. This is Gleba. Then we go to Novice, which is already set up. And we wait for the signs to be 0, I guess, or. Or all requests satisfied and some amount of time passed. Now we're just waiting for the signs to be 0, but if we are not researching anything, the ship will just stop completely. That cannot happen because we do need to keep the Promethium cycle going. I guess inactivity. Inactivity would be a good one. So if we're not dropping signs regularly, we'll just fly off. So if we haven't dropped any signs in 2 minutes time, we'll just fly off to the next stop. Alright. So we have Gleba, Novice. We should go to Vulcanus first. So Gleba, all requests satisfied. Vulcanus, all requests satisfied. What are those requests? The 3000 carbon discs. If we are not using Promethium signs, they will just stay on board and all requests will already be satisfied, so we'll just fly there and continue. Then we go to Novice, request the extra 3000 blue chips. Then we go to Fulgora. Which is already in the list. The 3000 superconductors, all requests satisfied. The 8000 holmium plates, all requests satisfied. And then we fly back to Aquilo. I think that's all. We might be able to scrap this completely. Although then it will not fly away once science reaches 0. So let's just keep it on there. There we go. Oh, wait a second. That is not intentional. We should not unload at Gleba, nor at Vulcanus, nor at Fulgora. It's good there that this accidentally happens right here. Alright, so Gleba, we are now launching the silos. 3 launches per site, so this will take the longest time on Gleba. It's not very efficient how I set this up. Well, that's alright. I mean, we could of course put some more inserters. Not sure loading it with bots would help, since these are requester chests. Right. So after this we'll go to Vulcanus. And then on Aquilo itself, we do want to unload. We want to unload the Novice as well because of the signs. But Novice is not requesting anything we carry on board automatically, I don't think. So that should be alright. And then on Aquilo, I may have messed up this. Oh boy. Right, we have this and buffer chests available, so that's alright. So we can still request the 4 elements. We just need the logistics bots to take it out, and then we can belt it over to wherever we're going to be making the quantum processors. Like mentioned, this factory was never designed to go beyond the solar system edge, so now we have to deal with that. But let's add the stuff for quantum processors. That's another 500 of those. Does it add up or what? Yeah, it does add up, alright. So we might not need to do that separately. Should be alright. Should we? Let's add it anyway. 500 of those. We got... That's 5 stacks. We got 500 of those. That's 10 stacks. That's 15 stacks in total. We're already up to here. The carbon fiber is 5 stacks. So now up to here. And then the super things, those are only 2.5 stacks actually. So we're up to here. Filled up to here. Still have 7 slots available. We're not gonna spill stuff on the ground if we do it like this. We just have to make sure that the bots can carry out that stuff. And we'll belt it away somewhere. Alright, that is for us to figure out now, I suppose. We are still waiting for the carbon fiber. At least the rocket seems to be ready before carbon fiber is loaded, so that's something, I suppose. "48 minutes to win the base game." Oh, that's insane. Even for multiplayer. There goes the carbon fiber. I love how this base looks, man. Right, so that means this ship should pretty soon depart to Vulcanus. No, not this one, this one. There it goes. So we got this on board. Now we're gonna grab the tungsten carbide, which is ready. Despite us not filling the belt with the extra chests, it is entirely backed up. So, alright. This is a slow ship, so it's gonna take a while. Let us drop down to Aquilo. I'm gonna save here since we did the schedule. Might want to make room for cargo base. It's a little bit hard to do that now. Since the rocket silos are right next door. Which that means I have to move the rocket silos, and that means etc, etc, etc. Cold and wet feet, not particularly if you walk on the heat pipes, that's nice and cozy. I guess the first thing we will do I guess we do have some elements available to make the first quantum processor. We even have these available to make quality quantum processors. We made quality lithium here. I guess we are time sharing this for the higher qualities as well. We do have the higher quality lithium plates here already too. I guess let's complete this. That process over there. Right, this is gonna go back. Alright, so where's my inventory even? Do I even have an inventory on this planet? One would think I would have an inventory. It might be here. That doesn't look much like an actual inventory. That just looks like some belts and inserters. Ah, it's over here, I think. And I cannot believe I've remembered to do this on every single planet. We're gonna drop the bots. Which means I want to grab him. How's it going with the Aquilo ship? We are on we're arriving on Vulcanus right now, which means the rocket silos should be launching. Let's see how long it takes to load 500 of those things. Not too long with that many inserters. Yeah, that's pretty speedy. We're not going to be stuck on this planet for a long time. Okay, which two are finished first? Looks like 3 and 4. Or 1 and 2. Depending on how you count. Okay, that means Aquilo Explorer is now going to go back to Norvis then. And we will reload the blue chips on board since we accidentally dropped those off on Gleba this time. Those are meant for Aquilo. Then on the way out to Fulgora we'll pick up some more holmium plates. I guess we do have some in stock. And the 3000 superconductors. And that's all the stuff we need. So while we wait for that to happen, I think we should actually, before that ship arrives, figure out how to get that stuff out of here. I guess we do want... It's a little bit difficult. Since we do want to keep this available for the rocket silos as well. So how am I gonna make sure I'm not drawing all of the blue chips out of there? That is a question. For now, without an answer. It seems likely that we will just request a chest out of here though. I guess that looks bad if it's not concreted. We need like 35 a minute, so we can draw it out of there as slow as possible, really. I think we should use long-handed anyway, though. I guess if we simply request the amount we're bringing over in total, and not request from the buffer chest we are using, that should do the trick, I think. Not really sure what order, it doesn't really matter. What is the order in the recipe? Vulcanus, Fulgora, Gleba. Okay, 3000 of these don't fit in this chest. That's already problem 1. Alright. That means I would like a quality chest, perhaps. I don't seem... I did bring some. Alright. Oh, we need a quality requester chest. That's a different problem. Did I bring anything? Quality related. Is there an optimization I need right now? No. It is not. We'll bring it down to 2400 for each. Let's go 2k. No, we need to offload the entire ship as fast as possible. Do we? No, we need we don't. We don't, because we're gonna be launching up the Aquilo science pack for a very long time here as well. So let's just tune down the requests a bit. And then there's problem number 2, which is I wanted to make four adjacent belts, but of course that doesn't work on this planet. Okay, now this puts it inside. Doesn't work either. Okay, this might work. Let's put on the top side. So I can do this and force out a single belt. We can do that twice. Alright. Which means this belt can now go here. And this belt Can now go there. Alright. We still do need a heat pipe on the outside here. But we could do that. Alright, that is the basics of getting this stuff out of here. We're on the way to Fulgora, which means we should have the 9,000 processing units. And then on Fulgora we'll finally get the last part, the 3,000 superconductors. Okay, so we'll figure that part out. This is the basics. Now we just have to connect it to whatever we come up with for actually making quantum processors. 10 million yellow science packs. Holy moly. That's a lot of yellow science packs. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get 100 million on any science pack, man. Unless we go truly mega base. Those are physical science packs, not the effective science per minute, by the way. Honest, hard-produced, actual, drinkable science packs. Not the buy one, get 25 free kind of thing. Alright, so here we have been using barrels. Of course, we cannot use barrels for later. Okay, so how many quantum processors can we load on a single rocket? I know we need 80 per minute. $200 launch on a single rocket. Well, we're going to be stuck on this planet anyway, because we need to launch up science. So if we have a trip every hour, and we need 70 quantum processors per minute. Do I remember that correctly? Just check the Excel. No, we need 79. In other words, 80. Let's use 79. The other way around. Not the other way around. 200 per launch divided by 79. We need one rocket launch every 2.5 minutes. And in total we need to launch up 1 hour worth of these things. So 48, let's say 4,800 quantum processors per launch for 1 hour of production. But actually we need to launch those up to very different spaceships than the Aquilo Explorer. We need to launch these up to the soon to be Promethium science ships things. But 4,800 per hour. So this is kinda, it's difficult to predict how many rocket silos we'll need. It kinda depends on the entire flight duration of the Promethium science ship, which we have yet to design, so we have not really got a great clue about that. But yeah, 4,800 per hour, which is basically a chest per hour, right? It stacks to 100. It is stacked to 100. Do I just bring the quantum processors back into this area? That is a little bit dangerous. Because the Aquilo science ships takes priority and it takes a long time to launch up 108,000 science packs per ship. So the Promethium science ships can be waiting a long time for those quantum processors. So we probably should do like inserter fed separate rocket silos for those. How many though, that is unknown. We do probably want to feed those silos with the same rocket parts that are coming in from here. We might need to up the amounts a little bit, which are brought in on every trip. But the quantum processors might just be coming back to this area and either that, or we also need to ferry out more low density structures and whatnot. Yeah, okay, that's for later. That's for later care. I think we need to design quantum processors first. So I guess we go. We're gonna forget to automate. Let's first automate solid fuel to. Solid fuel is like a little bit cheap. It feels a little bit cheap. If we upgrade that will work. Is that long enough? It is. Alright. I think we are in a yellow belt mood on this planet. So let's grab some. We don't have that many remaining. It's quite a ways to go. It's only 552 hours in the game, right? I think we can afford to handcraft like some belts without people getting extremely mad. Quickly, like 1000 yellow belts of handcrafting. Has never killed nobody. We also grab all the yellow belts we can. We also might need more concrete. Ice platforms we actually have 500, but concrete we don't have too much. These chests are absolutely full. These are also absolutely full. Alright, sure. Let's not mess with that for now. Automation. Right, I forgot that the bots, they don't really like Aquilo too much. So let's give them a little bit of time to do their thing. Oh, this is way easier than I thought it would be to automate. I wonder what kept me off of doing this all this time. close to being out of ice platforms, but we have made it to the island. Okay, I think that should do it. That's decorative underground beltway out of here. We'll just throw that in there. Alright, and given that there's no such thing as heat loss in Factoria, do I just want to make this island glow? No, let's not do that. I think I do want to up the temperature a little though. 369 seems adequate. Because these belts are gonna drain some more heat out of these pipes. So we're down to like 60-ish degrees down here. That's only 30 degrees above the minimum temperature needed to unfreeze these things. So these belts actually might drain so much heat out of these faraway pipes that the heat cannot transfer that far unless the temperature is high enough. Alright, fine, we'll do it. How are we doing it here? 900 degrees? Yeah, 900 degrees. Probably should switch to fusion, but don't really want to. Alright, that's gonna eat through all the rocket fuel. We'll be feeding it for a while, I suppose. Oh, we can float over the ocean now. Let's do that. Heck yeah, we didn't make this thing for nothing. Alright, in the meantime, I still have not received my shipment of promised stuff yet. Oh, but I am right now receiving it. Processor ingredients. Should set temperature to 420. Yeah, I have about 45 or so more hours to handcraft yellow belts. After that I should probably build them all. Alright, so we can only drop 3 pots at a time. We do seem to get a mix of things, so at least that's good. I want to get all stuff on the belts before I bring them out. Here comes the carbon fiber. And that is all 4 things. Alright. I guess then it's actually time we start designing the quantum processors. No more procrastination already. I guess we already kind of designed them once. But this was just to like bulk produce some quality ones. I guess we'll just go down here. What is this anyway? Alright, that can stay there. Alright, we do need to... That's gonna sap a lot of energy, I suppose. Quantum processor. Are they not made in these things? They are made in EM plants. Alright, forgot about that. Right, I think there's a mistake in my calculations, because we only have 5 module slots instead of 8. On the other hand, we do have 50% inbuilt productivity. Let me see. Alright, so I counted... This is actually not a big deal because how it turns out. I thought we were making them in here, but we are not. But this thing has 8 productivity slots, which with 16% per module is 128% productivity bonus. This will only have 80% productivity bonus, but plus the 50% it has inbuilt, so it's 130% productivity bonus, which means with the best productivity modules I have, they will be about the same. This will even consume slightly less resources, so it's good it's not the other way around. Or all of the numbers would have had to be slightly bigger, and I would have had to recalculate everything. As it stands, instead of needing 34.63 tungsten carbide, whatever per minute, we need 34.32, so 0.3 per minute less, thanks to having 2% extra productivity bonus in these things. Alright. They should look like this though, and I don't have any. Whoa, there's a lot of silos. These are so loud from so far away, man. Alright, so we need to automate the lithium plates, the fluid, and the routing. And the cooling, I suppose, again. Cooling should be trivial. I think we can also snatch the extra fluids and lithium plates from there, but we'll find out. We do need the good productivity modules though. I might still have a couple on board of my ship. I do. Let's throw down 4. We can pick those up. Alright, we will need some beacons. I think we can do a single build. We do need our beacons though. We need to be making about 80 quantum processors a minute, which means like 1.33 per second, right? This thing currently makes 0.09 per second, so we will need to up the speed a little. I don't think I've got rare EM plants left, but this might be the best use for them. Let me check on board. Yeah, I don't have any rare EM plants on the ship right now. Do we have some on Norby still? Yes, we do. Alright, so we can design around rare EM plants. I don't have any available, which is going to be a little bit annoying for the numbers. What are you doing? I have no idea what happened there. Why did all my construction bots fly out? Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Bad news, bad news. Bad news. That should be limited to 1k. Ooh, okay. I think we did not despawn everything. Anything. But that could have been bad. Okay, we're just gonna pretend that there's 3k in every chest. So something like that. So all of that comes down from the Aquilo Explorer. 0, 0, 0, and okay, whatever. So on the next flight we will pick up the full amount. Oh boy. I wish a better quality landing pad also would increase the inventory by itself. Okay, so what can be maximum in here? That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 55, 65, 70, 72.5. Yeah, the issue was this being 3k. Let's put it in here then. That's going to be the buffer chest for chromium plates. Instead of having 3k in the landing pad, just in case that matters. Okay, that was close. That could have gone badly. At least I do have my modules, right? Yeah, there we go. So we do get the accurate numbers. I don't have the quality though, so that is annoying. Alright, I think this is the exception. We're gonna go in editor mode a little bit to figure out the amount of quantum processor plans we need, since we don't have the modules nor the beacons nor the quality of EM plant available for us. So start design quantum build. Landingspagina. Landingspagina. I do not want to move it. I do not want to move anything of this. Oh hey, thanks Bacon Magician. Rewatch the Ultimate Dead World series. It's very good, but I've already watched it too many times. I think the 1000X series is gonna... Once that supercut comes out, that's gonna be my magnum opus for life, I feel. I did feel that way with the Ultimate Death World Challenge too, though. It took a while before this came along. I even think doing this on Death World would not be... would not make it better. I think Death World is gonna be more boring than this challenge. Alright, so... Why is that alt scroll wheel thing not working? Okay, we're gonna have rare quality. We'll use global electric network. And then we can add some beacons. I think it didn't really matter, you can use 5 beacons, no 4 beacons on one side and that's it. Alright, as promising, we're up to 0.95 quantum processors a second, we need 1.33. I guess with Mark III speed modules we should make that easy. No? 0.99. Wait, what? Alright, how is the music balanced? Because I know some of the Aquilo tracks, like this one, they can be pretty dramatically present, let's call it that. How does this do only 0.95 and if I upgrade to Mark III? Ah, because it's regular quality. Ah, I see. That is 0.8. 1.11, 1.35, so this is the rate we need to be producing at. If it's producing at all times, this is fast enough. It does use 20 megawatts of power. I think we have a little bit extra though. Just like a triple beacon setup. I think we could do a quad beacon. Just because it's a 4x4 entity. Then we have a little bit of leeway. This also goes... This is like exactly HD inserter limited of the yellow inserter, the rare quality one. Okay, so this is the design we want then. 3 or 4 beacons with this, and then we insert 2/3 of an item per type per second and put out 1.5 quantum processor per second. Alright, so let's go back to the actual game. That's all we wanted to know. Both the track and the rockets are quite loud. The music is already less loud than usual. Is that game effect? It's not game effects, or is it? No. It is... I think it's environment. Yeah, it's environment. Alright. Half sound rocket silos. Alright, To compensate, now we've got an actual big storm going on outside, so hopefully that won't be picked up too much by the microphone. I think there's even some lightning going on. It should blow over quite quickly though, I checked the weather before. It's like a 10-minute super splash and then we should be good again. Alright. Focus, 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 focus. So we need to upgrade this to rare. We'll use uncommon for now. Maybe uncommon with the 4 beacons will be enough as well. I don't have speed trees. I do have speed trees on the ship, don't I? Okay, we do have some speed trees on the ship. Let's just send them down. Speed trees are easy-ish to make. Okay, I got everything, alright. Okay, this is just making lithium. At 12 per second. This eats up less than 12 per second. We are making 2.46 lithium times 6, 14.76. For science we need 1 lithium per science pack. So 13.15, which means we have an extra, how many lithiums? We have 1.6 lithium plate extra per minute, per second. That is enough. We needed 1.3, so we can literally just leech off of here. So we can grab this. How about the fluids? I think this one is overclocked as it is already. 103 a second. We can cool 86 a second. We need to cool 12 times 4. We need to cool 48 a second. So we have enough cooling capacity. It does look like we have enough. I'm gonna gamble that is enough. I'm pretty sure that's enough. So we do need a cool fluid, right? That should be... Yeah, we do need a cool fluid. Alright, so we need to leach off this lithium and we need to leach off of this pipe over here. Annoyingly. There goes the nice design of this base. Dang it. Do I just want to tack something on? Or do I actually want to design something nice? Alright, the last of the cryogenic science packs are being loaded. We do have plenty of space to load all of that stuff on board now. Okay, good. This is going to be fairly easy, I suppose. We can literally build this plant with the 4 beacons like somewhere in here. And that should be good. Alright. We'll have a quick fitting session. In editor mode. So we can figure out how stuff is supposed to go. Because if we... let's try it in actual mode. We can just make the blueprint and reload. I think these are supposed to be temporary as well. Okay, we haven't gone in alpha mode just yet, have we? No. I can't believe I left those ugly spots in there all the time. Alright, so we'll save here then. This is where we will reload from. It's kind of annoying that I already loaded this up to go this way. So the fluid, I guess we can do this instead. Get out some of this fluid that already goes next to there. So far so good. So the hot fluid and the cold fluid. The hot fluid needs to go back into this pipeline up here. I don't really want to break much. So far so good. We haven't done anything for which we need to go out of editor mode. This is going to be fairly stupid. It might still work though. We do have the issue with the heat pipes. It's not pretty, and the wrong fluid is in there somehow. Guess that didn't do much. I did interrupt science production for a split second, that's alright though. Why does it say 1.7k though? I think it's because of the chests over here. We are unevenly loading these chests, so as long as this chest is still absolutely full, we are not letting the full signs per minute flow in. And that has been the reason for lower SPM. I think that's what's going on. Alright, tree fluids, annoying pipelines. I wish I could do that. I can if I do this. Okay, now I killed lithium completely. Because that was not the wrong fluid, apparently. I just cannot do this. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, alright. So I want this to stay open this way. That is what I've been messing up. Let's go back. We'll design it in editor mode then. Because that is the reason you should design stuff like that in editor mode. We'll not design in editor mode. Let's go. Come on. Alright. Let's at least do the parts which we already figured out. Can I just do that here? I can just do that here. Or can I? Yeah, we can just do that here. I mean, this is too stupid not to do like this. Oh wait, yeah, this is the lithium plate stuff. I guess it should still work. Now we can bring that out. Yeah, that's the hot fluid. That's where the fluid should be going back. The cold fluid coming out still should come from... I guess it could come from... anywhere, basically. I think this was alright though. Okay, we're gonna save here. So far so good. We haven't messed anything up. Pipe weaving. Pipe weaving is definitely a thing. Not interpipery weaving, but you can do belt and pipe weaving, I suppose. Alright. Then we got cold fluid. That should be hot fluid. And both can come out adjacent like this, which looks alright, at least. Alright, that is good. I think that was the hardest part. Leaching the lithium should be fairly easy. We can literally use a long-handed inserter to do that. .46 times 6 is less than 15, of course. So we are not even producing a full belt. So I should be able to do this without consequence. And that will go out wherever. Okay, and I think it's time to plop down the actual quantum processor stuff. Okay, so we have a hot fluid and a cold fluid. They are not adjacent, but close enough. I think it would be nice if it wasn't this corner somehow. We could literally... we do need 4 beacons to go along with this thing. I forgot about that. Oh no, that's perfect actually. This does not affect anything. Actually no, it's not perfect. It's not as perfect as I thought it would be. We need to, because we need to load the quantum processors into the rocket silo with inserters. So we need like 2 rocket silos or something or whatever. Yeah, we should not load these with bots. In my mind we were loading those with bots, but we are not. Or at least not with the same bot network as the science is doing. Is going that, because the science is gonna get prioritized and Promethium science is gonna stay behind for the quantum processors. So far so good. I still haven't messed anything critically up. Alright, that's the hot fluid. We can flip this as well. Cold fluid goes out. I cannot really do what I want to do here, I don't think. Alright. No, I can't. It will connect the pipes. So this one has to go longer. Then we have a fairly annoying heat pipe situation, I suppose. I guess we can do this for now. And let's stuff the productivity modules in there. I think I left them. And 4 beacons somehow need to fit. And then all the belts need to come in as well. This might not be the best location for it. One, two. Yeah, I guess 3, 4 could be something like this. Ice platforms. Which means we'll be soon out of concrete as well. 6 cave each. Or something. Okay, this needs to be speed module 3. We have those. Productivity modules. We just need the higher speed, but that's an afterthought. These inserters are fast enough. That could be one belt. The second belt. Okay, that could be those two belts actually. Which means it's not going to be exactly like this. This is just going to turn upwards for wasting a bunch of heat. I guess we want to turn upwards then instead. All the Aquilo tracks are kind of nerve-wracking, man. Alright, so there's the two belts coming in. I think that is gonna be the way it is. And it's gonna be a red belt. Let's flip those around. Alright. Not really sure where I want to place this just yet. These fluid systems are connected though, so that's good. We still need the lithium plates to come in. I forgot about those. Those are coming over here at the moment. It suits me fine, I suppose. If we have the appropriate belts. We have some green undergrounds. I think I'll go take those. Those might come in clutch now. Just need a way to get them down there. Again, one of these is enough. Kinda makes sense to just go next to this heat pipe, really. Without green undergrounds even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just red. Alright, 2 insertions, 2 insertions, 2 insertions. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and a double one for lithium. That's the entirety of it. That's the entire thing. We just need to power the beacon. So this would do everything. I guess I'll just do a straight line. There's lithium. So once we connect these belts, we'll be making our first quantum processors. So I think we should not wait. Why not start already? We're going to be making 1.5. So this one is not fast enough. Two of them are. I think this calls though for long-handed. We're gonna want some... Can I move this one down? I can. And this can just connect here. Okay, that's nice. That looks nice. Okay, then this will just go something like this instead. Sure. Then we can take them out. 2 or 3 inserters, whatever. Even 4. I think though this is gonna be enough. Alright, so now we do need to load those into some rocket silos. When the spaceships is here, yeah, we want to launch that fast. So now the question is, basically, I think we can start automating these. And for now, I think we can actually do this. And we can actually request the quantum processors up with these rocket silos. Can we? I don't know if we are requesting enough of these things over here. I think we are. So every time we come here, we need 108,000 science. That's 108 launches for these rockets. For Promethium science, to make 1800 SPM, we needed 80. And that's basically 0.4 launch for 1800 SPM. And science packs take 1000. So we'll need 22.2% extra launches, which means we need 22.2% extra ingredients, I suppose. We do have 4 productivity modules left. I think we can afford to... I think we can afford to... What can we afford? Oh, that music seems to agree. I think we can afford to be fairly slow. Should we just try single rocket silo? I can fit 2 pieces in here if I really want to. Okay, let's save again because I think this is the design. We didn't need to go in editor mode. Railgun is almost done. What is after railgun? I put damage 1 and 2 there, so the railguns can actually one-shot the all the Promethium asteroids. I think we'll keep going on that course. Alright. In that case, we want to be slow. If we're going to do something like this, we can even actually fit a beacon in between. Something like that. That's not too bad. We would need some requester chests for the rocket parts themselves. The rockets don't need to be so blistering fast this time. I think we'll be alright. Let's not put the requests in just yet. We can probably get away doing this. Then we can have quantum processors. I want to like split them out a little. I think it's time to send down some of those electric engines. Okay, we need to stay there because that's gonna get trashed, or that's gonna fill up this thing immediately. Right, we do have a little bit of space. 1k steel, 1k steel. Concrete we have here, blue chips we have here. Pipes, I suppose we can make here. Alright. Processing units. Concrete. Concrete, we have no shortage of. Pipes. There's 200 pipes, 100 pipes I think. There's 200 blue chips. So we'll grab 400 of those. And I think we should be able to handcraft 2 rocket silos. It's not yet 599 hours. We are allowed to. We don't have the modules. Alright. Alright, now we just have to distribute we cannot let the logistics bots be involved, that's the issue. So how do I want to split it up over like at least I can split it up over at least 2 chests down here. With those things. If we bring it over here. That's not gonna work heat pipe wise. If we continue. Output on the left side. I guess we can use the same configuration here. How did I do this? Okay, this goes straight. Like this, and then there's a single belt going through. It's not great. I guess I'll have to splitter this to divide it over these 2 inserters. I hope it's still a little bit visible. Oh God. That solves a bunch of the heat piping. I guess there's no way out of it. We do need to do something like this. Alright, so that fills this. Okay, at least that's... That is not great. I mean, technically these should alternate, so I should be able to put yet another one. That's the problem with trying to do this live, I suppose, without going in editor mode. Let's just bring some rocket parts over here. We'll put some weaker productivity modules in for now. Right, those... I forgot about those inserters, of course those are also frozen. That's not gonna work. I kinda think we should... let's save this for now, but... Prop, no. This is not gonna work. We're gonna need a bot network to load the quantum processors in there. That's just how it is. We can combine the two. Let's go back to the save. I'm just heat piping myself into a corner. We're gonna do this on the edge over here. Just a single one. Can I do something? I can do something stupid. Of course. What else is new? We can actually grab the blue belt. Do this. Alright, that'll do. That'll do. And then either here or here. Does not really matter, but we can have 3 requester chests. Requesting each and every individual rocket part. 400 we were going with, I suppose. Where is that actually being taken from again? Oh yeah, rocket fuel goes in these provider chests. Okay, so that goes in here. So that can make the rocket. I do still have 4 of those things. The Mark III productivity modules. Exactly, this is the last ones. It was meant to be. Alright, and then it is as simple as This cannot be in the center then. All right. And that goes back into two whatever chests. Both with quantum processor filter. I guess we could technically do 4 chests. It's too far though for red. We can make it green. Okay, that does line up with the silos. They'll not be loaded evenly, but that's alright. Let's grab the modules first and foremost. We do need to offload stuff for one rocket silo. More levels of quality? I guess yes. That would be possible to mod. I'm not sure though. I don't know how that's coded. I came here for the beer. That sounds like a good plan actually. And the concrete. And the pipes. And what else? Blue chips, I was just gonna yeet those out of the storage. Alright, if we go for one rocket silo, we can have a quality attempt. If it's one silo, who will mind having a better quality? This was regular quality, right? The OG silo. Alright. There we go. Come on, rare quality silo. You know you want to. Quality space science seems like such a no-brainer with Asteroid Casino. Actually, yeah. But then again, space science is like, what? It's like 3 times cheaper than even red science or something, so what's the point? I don't think quality science is worded pre-SPM. You can watch some of this A-Buck Nasty videos. I think this username is written like this. He does a whole Once you get to the super late game, quality science seems to be the way to go, at least mostly. Yeah, that guy. Everybody knows him already. Alright, good to see, good to see. What was I doing? I was making a rocket silo. Did we get a no, of course we didn't get a quality one. Okay, there goes the silo. And we do have the modules. There goes those. And now we just need a roboport. Of course, which I also don't have. Did I bring over exactly enough roboports? Knowing myself, I probably did. That's gonna bite me in the behind now. I think at some point it becomes worth it to just at the source mine uncommon ore and trash everything else. Just to transport less stuff through your base. Basically everything is worth double the amount of signs. So you have only half of the stuff going around your base, which probably would make a difference UPS wise. I actually don't know what the results were of all his experiments. What in the end won, or if it was like a wash. I guess we'll steal a couple of roboports. That is a little bit annoying, but oh well. Okay, I'm not actually sure. Can we steal these? Yeah, we can. Probably should be stealing them out of the middle so the range stays the same. Alright, so we're gonna have to bring some extra robots here. The point is, we can now have a network that does not connect to the other one. Unfortunately, that means the storage chests are gonna be a little further away than I would like them to be, but oh well. We can either make a line or a block. I guess we'll make a block. Looks nicer. A little bit stupid, but right. Then the heat pipes can still go between if I still have some. Right, and I borrowed how many bots? 200 per... We need to load 200 per launch. My bot stacking speed is 3 at the moment. It's gonna be 4, but at the moment it's 3. So I guess we'll just we'll borrow 100 bots, we'll give the rest back to here. So we got 900 bots in here and 100 bots in there. Those can load the quantum processors. I think our design is ready then. I think we are good to go. We'll pretend that that is necessary. Get an ice window. Yeah, once you got enough mining prod, then you can just void the common and you don't need to pay the UPS cost of making twice the signs or something like that. I actually don't know if in the end it was better or not. Uncommon to normal was a wash. Oh, alright, that makes it clear. So basically do whatever you want, all is well. Okay, we could of course make these chests be more close by or in between or whatever. I think this is nice though, it looks nice. So we'll keep it. Now we just need to decide where the heat pipe goes. I think the heat pipe goes on both sides in that case. We can actually scenically connect this as well. We can have these chests floating around on an ice cave. That's fine. Right. I think this is it. That's quantum processors. Automated. Step 1 of 3 complete. For Promethium science. Exactly does not power those, that is unfortunate. Okay, so we do need some more power. I guess we'll use wooden power lines all of a sudden, because... No, we won't. That powers all of that. Cannot do that on that side though. We could do this. That's annoying for this though. Sure, I guess. That starts making the rocket. Well, that seems the perfect place. All the parts are ready. We just need to switch it on now. I'm not really sure. Okay, decorative stuff can be done later. I'm just nervous to switch it on. Another 150 megabyte save game because of some ice platforms. Anyway, there we go. We just need to upgrade this one to a rare one. That's gonna annoy me all the time. So we just need to remember that. But we have started to produce quantum processors, automated. And the productivity bar is filling up faster than the actual crafting bar. And that's how we like to see it. Alright. That was easy. Took a lot of time. But I don't think it was particularly difficult. Should be fast enough here. Alright, so these bots are just going to load it onto the rocket. I guess this could use a beacon. Why not? And now it's maximum speed. Holy moly, I don't think the inserters can keep up. Alright. Oh, that is actually pretty good. I think, yeah, 1.88 a second is faster than the speed you need to continuously fire rockets, so you don't even need uncommon rocket silos. There is no need at all. I guess let's try it out. So if on my ship I now request, let's say, 1,000 of the things. We're gonna wait until we have 200. which we don't have right now. Why are they not showing up though? Ah, here. We have 150. Once we have 200, the bots will load it on the rocket and they're gonna launch it to my rocket, I suppose. Okay, so we got a good head start on the quantum processors, which is good. We still have to design the Biter X stuff. We still have to design the what's it called? The spaceships. Yeah, we still have a lot to do. 10k fish for the legendary one sounds about right, no? 1 in 10,000 chance. How many terabytes of footage do you store? 0. Not quite 0. But I had a feeling that this was going to be an extremely long playthrough. And I decided to take a different approach, especially because the stream quality is often quite bad. I cannot just take footage from a 1080p stream, which is then double compressed and re-downloaded and whatever. So I just make a ton of save games and refilm most of the scenes in 4K for the YouTube edit. Since a lot of the YouTube edit is also explaining what's going on instead of actual gameplay. It's more about the how than about the actual work. "4 minutes to railguns." What do those things require anyway? Won't you know it? Quantum processors. But yeah, we probably want to go with some higher quality ones. Which means we do need to make some more. We have all the other quality components, just not quantum processors, I don't think. We might have a couple leftover ones in a chest. I think we had the stuff to make more. We now have... Where did we do that anyway? We did it over here. I guess we could... I should have refilled that before already. Just didn't think about it. But I think we still should have the resources to... Oh wait, we have a whole lot of these. Maybe uncommon railguns are the way to go. I think we have a lot of ingredients left over though, which we brought over, but which we did not have the lithium for. Actually no, we brought these over specifically to make rare quantum processors, I'm pretty sure. 1500, 1500, almost 1500. We might have not, we didn't have enough superconductors at the time. Now we do though. Yeah, I think we produce all the Mark II stuff. Okay, I guess it should be fairly easy to make quantum processors on demand then. We will need some better productivity modules so we can get the maximum out of it. And just upgrade one of these. To rare. And then put in the better productivity modules. I guess maybe we don't really care too much. We don't have the superconductors on the planet though. We are out of those, but we should have those in a decent quantity again. 1200, alright. That'll make us 2400 or so. 26, maybe 3000 even ish rare ones. Which means about 30 rare railguns we could afford at the moment. Not too bad. I did miss the launch for the quantum processors. I guess they're on my ship now. 400 already. Do railguns need to be made on Aquilo? No, they need to be made in a cryogenic plant, but not on Aquilo. Alright, so we can make those on Novis if we want to. I think actually we are going to want to do that. We're gonna pick up some of those resources for on all of the planets, I think. So starting with Vulcanus, we want some of these. These are used for railguns, right? 30 per railgun. Let's say we make, I don't know, I really don't know what we will be needing. We could gamble for railguns with quite of a high success rate using uncommon quality stuff, which we have tons of too. No, we don't. We have 0 uncommon quality tungsten plates, only rare ones. That was my mistake, so we have to make them straight up then. Not really sure. Okay, so we need some of these, at least 30. What else is used for railguns? I think in general we want to pick up some of these as well. These are used for speed modules too, so let's pick those up as well. That's the special Vulcanus stuff. And the special Fulgora stuff, basically these. All that we can, we'll pick up. As well as a bunch of regular ones. I don't think we have superconductors. Supercapacitors, I mean. The other one thing. It is not used for anything except for armor stuff. Which we don't particularly care about. We're just gonna go and make those on demand whenever we need those, because we need them for nothing else except for when we upgrade to fusion reactors and whatnot. So we're not gonna bother at the moment with those. Just these things. On Glabba we want carbon fiber. Again for the railgun, 20 carbon fiber, 30 tungsten plates. We're probably just gonna end up using those for the railguns, so... We might want to go to Vulcanus to set up some uncommon tungsten plates instead of common and rare. That way we can use uncommon railgun ingredients to gamble for rare ones in the cryogenic plants, which have 8 module slots. So we'll get a quarter or so rare ones out of that from uncommon ingredients. That might be very much worth it. I don't know if I have 3k of those. Let's pretend. I have 50 supercapacitors though, we don't have that many of those. This is definitely my weak spot currently in terms of quality stuff. There's no way I'm gonna have 5k of those available for the railgun. $3k, 2k, 5k. Puzzle, 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 puzzle. These are for speed modules. There's nothing else on Glaberite, just the carbon fiber stuff. The quantum processors, those were 100 per railgun, so we need 10,000 of those. Okay, that gets out of hand a bit. That does get out of hand a bit. How many railguns can go on a spaceship? 1. Okay, that doesn't quite help as much. That's just gonna require a lot of rocket launches. Regardless or if you send it in parts or not. I have a lot of rare aluminum plates already. I think. If not, we have rare lithium already for the quantum processors. So we don't need to worry about that. We already did the rare holmium part. 2 chests of those at the moment. And I still have some remaining. Okay, 10k is not realistic though. I'm just gonna use it as a reminder of the ratios. So we don't have any of these at all. That is the problem. But since railguns are made in cryogenic plants, it does make a lot more sense to try and gamble for those instead of trying to upcycle. Especially since we got a lot of the other things in uncommon quality. And these things are also used for armor stuff and whatnot. So I kind of want to go this route. Instead of going the direct route. Which means we're just gonna grab a bunch of these for now. We do have 10k, so there's that. Let's start with 5k. That's 25 launches anyway. We can sneak those in here for now. Can I bring them on the Aquilo Explorer? It will count as a request that has to be satisfied. Not really that worried about running out of rocket parts. I'm gonna fly away personally though, so yeah, let's request those. $25 launches. Right, so why are we not... Oh, okay, here comes the bot. I think as the last one to my own ship. That rocket just launched. Where did it go to? Alright, I just launched them to the wrong silo. It was supposed to be uncommons. Alright, fine. We'll bring those back down. Alright, so that should now flow naturally. I guess I can technically request way less. No, I really cannot, because yeah, we do need 3000 on the planet for every trip, right? No, 2100, but still. Let's keep it as such. I'll go 2100 as a reminder to myself. But that's the amount I truly need. Every hour. Okay. I think that's all right. Do you even have enough space to fit all that? That's a good question. The quantum processors, yeah, I should have 50 slots available still. And how's it going with the heat stuff? Okay, the single heater is still not up at over 475 degrees. Let's see where the heat dip is now. Okay, the lowest temperature is about 160 degrees now, so that's pretty safe. That is not gonna cause issues. The rocket fuel belt is backing up at the moment. Slowly. How's Fulgora been doing? Everything is moving, the steel belts are empty. On both sides now. Production is back to 1800 SPM. Right, so that's good. I think we're ready then with the quantum processors. We can get off of the planet. And we can go in our personal spaceship to pick up the other railgun components, which we will need for making railguns, I suppose. Sometimes I surprise even myself. Okay, inventory goes in there. And I go in here. Bye bye Aquilo. I hope I didn't forget anything. And if I forgot anything, I'm more likely to keep forgetting stuff, because it's time for this guy. The sinking part of the stream might be over. if it's required or not. Cheers, everybody. Alright. So, let's look at the space map, where we go first. Let's go to Fulgora. So we can pick up superconductors. We'll have to somehow manually launch that, I suppose. We have half of the stuff, so maybe 2,500 will do. We should probably get those on board so we can make rare quality quantum processors straight up. I think that's going to be more important for stuff like fusion power later on than railguns. I think we probably don't need rare quality railguns, but we'll see how many we get. Fulgora it is. Despite us recycling the asteroids that are not present above Aquilo for a long time, almost not present, and just keeping all the ice asteroids, we still haven't run out of asteroids. That's the advantage of a laser ship, I suppose. It doesn't use any resources. We have power from fuel cells. Of course, the oxide asteroids do make water for nuclear power, so that's good. We don't have any other iron or carbon costs for our weaponry. Except for the fuel. And if we're in orbit around the planet, we don't need fuel, so we won't run out. It is that simple. We are just simply not consuming any metallic or carbonic. Except for fuel, so we are safe to stay in orbit above Aquilo even, without having any reprocessing or whatever. As it looks like you don't need to make railguns on Aquilo. Quantum processors, yes. Do you even have enough space? Okay, that's for that. Obsolete used quality for one specific purpose, and it was to get the fish. I approve. I had to go on a Mike Handy fishing trip to get enough to recycle into one legendary fish. I could literally just make 12 legendary fish or so. Actually no, we get only back a quarter, right? If I just hard recycle my 120,000 fish, I should get on average about 0 legendary ones, because I haven't spent the 10 million signs I need to research it. Alright, never mind. Fine. (546% quality. What would that do? That basically guarantees one level higher than the input ingredients, and then it has a chance to make 2 levels higher, I suppose. Right, how's it going? Are we waiting? I think we have the signs. We are waiting for the processors. Can we afford to? I would suppose so. Our wait on Norvis will just be shorter if we just launch the signs. Just bring the signs down faster. But yeah, this should still be well full enough. We have a problem. Okay, we don't have a problem. But we do have a problem. Oh boy. So we are not researching railgun damage. We are researching worker robot speed 5. That is a problem. Because now Glaben science is not going. Man, that fast inserter stuff is biting me in the behind right now with the Glaba stuff. I thought I moved this to the back. Apparently I did not. Now if I do this, we'll get... we are gonna be out of Glaba science all the time. Unless I just go to Norvis myself and manually put the signs in there. I guess we can do that. It's on the way to Vulcanus anyway, where we want to go next. Okay, 5 more launches. I think we'll survive. We could just juggle this around again a bit. But yeah, the science quality has gone down quite a lot right now. There's not much else to do anyway though. So basically we want to make sure 4 science packs remain in the labs. That's what we're doing. So if I do this, now these disappear very fast, and once they disappear, we need to switch back, and they can build up again, and then we can switch back again. And eventually we can get back up to proper. I don't think it's worth doing that all the time though. I think it would work if I would just pick up the signs over here. I guess this is already old signs as well, and the signs on board of the ship is old as well. So all of that kind of sucks. So maybe we'll just let it spoil and research robot speed 5 first. Perhaps we are not going for railgun damage in time then. This is 3 million signs. It's gonna take so long. If we have to wait and design around that, we really need to do that. Right. 1000 times signs cost. 508 minutes? That does not sound too bad. That's 8 hours, 8.5 hours to get the damage upgrades. We're gonna have to manually feed the rare ones. We want all the rare ones for quantum processors. We're not gonna do this. I guess we're still gonna launch it on board, but not for quantum processors, not for railguns. So if I just collect some quality stuff of all of that exotic materials, I will be able to make my armor upgrade stuff at some point as well. We just need to come back for the superconductors. We could temporarily make the superconductors. We did it before, just by doing this. And feeding some of these in there. Let's throw... 300. I guess we need 600. Let's just do it. And then we have 700 left to make rare quantum processors at this moment. Okay, we'll launch those up. $10K of these. Yeah, probably not gonna go with 10K. We'll go with 5K. And we'll let the bots do it. I guess we could technically... use these as well. Right. Didn't forget to switch that on this time. Don't think we need... do we need any normal ones? I don't think we do at the moment. Yeah, Disco Lasers is the best mod out there. It's my favorite one as well for this run. Alright. Next up, I suppose... Norvies. I think I'm gonna try to save the signs. That means let's force down the rotten signs. And then there's more rotten signs ready to be launched. You know, that's pretty fresh still. How is that so fresh? Okay, not too bad. Okay, we are in the inner solar system again. Max speed it is. No more of that slow flying around. Let's blaze right through. %42 on bot speed 5. It almost becomes worth it to just finish it. How come the Johnnies don't see me when I land right in their face over there? Okay, I'll grab all the signs. That's all Gleba signs. Alright, now we can safely switch back to railgun, because we are not gonna hit the inserter limits until we're out of science packs, basically. I'm probably gonna want to try and empty out this belt. Before the new science comes in. Why is the other science not moving? It should still be moving. Okay, that empties out the science belt. Okay, that is still going. Okay, I am blind. The science is moving on the belts. Alright. So once the new science comes in, we can do away with this strategy. There is the new science. That one should be fresh as a cucumber. Or is it? Do we have to wait one more batch? Is the question. No, this is 80% fresh, so we should be good. We should be good. Guess we're gonna have a momentary lapse. But these science packs still look pretty sad. That needs to get cleared still. Yeah, I'm not really I don't really have the hang yet of doing Gleba science the best way. I think that is gonna be good enough though. So the rest of this science just goes in the trash. And it will become spoilage in our system. Alright. That solves the Gleba part. See if we can distract the Johnnies for long enough. For the bots to make their repairs again. And again. And again. Especially the one repairing the silo takes a while. Alright. Did we get away with it? I think we got away with it. this time. Good. I guess then we're back off to the spaceship. Oh, we are dipping sharply. I guess that science is... I guess I forgot one bot. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Alright, belt is repaired. That means yellow signs might have a lapse unless this catches up again. Alright, that's probably not going to be visible in the grand scheme of things, and we might be overcompensating. Yeah, we are overcompensating right now. So in the grand scheme of things, that is going to be max signs still. I would hope. We are still overcompensating, so I cannot measure right now. I need to wait for it to draw back to 5904. That's the clever part though. We can go back to the spaceship and resume our business. I'm wondering if I am forgetting anything significant. I'll make a save before we launch up. We do need to check yellow signs. I think we are alright. Yeah, we are backed up again. Still at 5950, so still overcompensating. Yeah, it's gonna be alright. Novice, whoopsie, fixed. Yeah, that switching in and out of Glabber signs is still pretty annoying. We'll continue on the tour. Another salute. By Johnny. Don't break anything. Right, we were on the way to Vulcanus to set up uncommon tungsten plates because rare ones are too expensive. Too good for us, we already have those. We have plenty of space. Let's go. Now we are traveling fast. How's it going with this guy? I think we can just drop those to Novice. If I do this and Novice and 0, we are automatically dropping the quantum processors. Alright. going to be a little bit more difficult to hijack those silos now, since we are feeding them with the tungsten carbide automatically. Right, that was not my inventory. This was my inventory. Oh, I have plenty of Mark III productivity rares available on this planet, apparently. Okay, so why is this not going? It's not going because we don't have quality coal anymore. And we cannot make tungsten carbide. We can make this, though, in quality. But we have only siphoned through the rare one. So basically what we need is... we just need another one for uncommon. And then we can start using that quality tungsten again. So I guess that's gonna be as simple as putting two of those guys maybe over here. Don't exactly know yet how or why or what. And go for uncommon. Question is, do we go for productivity or what? Those things are quite expensive. I think we'll go for quality. And it's just the tungsten ore which is coming in on the belt. And this is just stuck because what? It's literally stuck because we have too much. It's literally stuck because we have too much. But not for long. Because the end of the belt has... Okay, so I guess we need to do a fake pass-through. Only rare quality can go through. For now. Okay, that empties the belt. That way, uncommon quality which goes through won't be blocking up the rare one over there. So, I do have uncommon triangles. Those are not really used for anything except quantum processors and speed modules. And I think we have plenty of those over here. Yeah, we still have more, alright. So I just need some foundries. You would say we have some of those available here. Also, we have one of those EM plants over here, so let's just grab this one. I don't see any foundries. Do I literally have no foundries on Vulcanus? Right. Spaceship, I will trade you one EM plant. Okay, I can do that. I don't want all the calcite. Alright. As good as it gets. I will trade you one rare EM plant for one common foundry, I suppose. Do we use rare ones? Yeah, let's use rare ones. Where is that filthy calcite? We don't need none of that. I don't even see it. Did I launch it up to the wrong platform? Here's our foundries at least. Oh, we do have calcite. Alright, we did launch it up to the right one. So that EM plant should be on board. Over here, alright. Very future forward thinking. That I only bring the single one that I need right now. But oh well. We want to start making those things. 0.96 a second. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. That's pretty fast. With quality that slows down to 0.76 a second. Inserting 2. That's way more than I will be able to sustain. I'm pretty sure. Okay, where's that iron coming from? Over here. It can go up there. On whatever horizontal appears to be free. Alright. And we just need some chests for the output. We'll continue to not pretend that epic and legendary does not exist. Something like that, I suppose. That'll do. That'll get us a couple chests full of the stuff. Now we just need to input. Kind of not ideal, but yeah, it is what it is at this point in time. We are dealing with it. There we go. We are making ourselves some of those, finally. We still continue to make these, of course. And I did want to launch up some. To my spaceship. I think we still have those on Norvis. But a lot of those, actually. Let me just send up one line or something. And these are used for the railguns and fusion power. And whatnot. And for 2.5k. Alright, I guess we have to deploy the fake deconstruction trick. 3,000. I guess we'll send more. It's 1,000. That's gonna be 2,000. 2.5. Guess we'll send 5k. Almost all that we have. We'll have to wait for some of these to get produced. The uncommon variant. Sega Mega Drive. I have no idea. Alright, 2 more launches and then the normal program can resume, I suppose. Okay, science is back to normal. We can check if we have had a dip in the science graph now. No, 59.04. So slight dip, then overcompensation, then back to flat line. 59.04 is the number. Until we get our hands on that sweet Promethium science, that number is not gonna go up. Looks like I'm not requesting enough. I guess final launch. Guess we do have some tungsten carbide to launch as well. That's a single launch. And then off of here. We could check if we already have some of these, but I think we need to wait. When we actually start the railgun production, we can come back to pick these up. That's going quite well. It's probably faster than we are producing it anyway. We only have like 1 quality mine. You can see where the quality belt is coming from. Oh wait, no, it's just filtered out right here at the very end. So yeah, this belt is flowing constantly, which is the best we can do. I suppose technically we have green belts now. Do I have green belts here though? Again, I think I don't. Ah, it's fine. We don't need to upgrade that. It will get drained eventually. Yeah, this is already getting drained, so I guess we are okay. Could drain a little bit faster if this was a green belt. Oh well. Uh, 500? Okay, we'll take 500. It's 2 launches, 1 launches of this and 1 launch of ourselves. And we're out of here. Rare chest export. Why are you in pre-win save? I'm not. We have already won. This Promethium science is post-win condition kind of thing. Okay, it's no matter. We can just go. You know, I think we will put these back in the rockets. Because you never know when that ship arrives. not recommended to stop playing times 1000 cold turkey. I think, yeah, before we really end this playthrough, we gotta have some streams where we just diminish the multiplier, you know. Maybe a stream going at times 800. Next stream times 666. Then times 420. We gotta work our way down before we restore towards normality. Yeah, we have one without him. Who needs railguns anyway to win the game? To defeat the asteroids, you gotta sink like an asteroid. So we have this laser ship over here. Just lasers, like every time. But then the top of the ship suspiciously looks not very much like a laser. And then if you understand that we started with 20,000 walls and now we somehow have only 1,000 on board, you can kinda puzzle together how we got to the solar system edge and back again. Right, we are off to the next planet, which is Gleba, for the carbon fiber, and then we'll have all sorts of ingredients on board. I think that we also can make the armor toys, except for the fusion cells. We don't have any of those. We can probably borrow some from the spaceship to make the fusion reactors. Yeah, we don't have the rare ones yet though. Yeah, we need the rare quantum processors. At least for the fusion reactors. The roboports do need superconductors. I don't think we're rich enough yet to afford all that in rare quality, man. Kill biters for resources, but with space age, no. I am very happy I hand-fed my way out of that madness. How would it even work on non-biter planets? Beat a demolisher to death with your bare hands to get 6 tungsten or whatever. I guess Vulcanus already has kill biters for resources. If you deconstruct these, you get the tungsten. I think we can simply request that, actually. We have 5k of those. We need these. We have 500. That's for like railgun gambles. Okay, let's grab 2k uncommon carbon fiber. Should get delivered automatically. If I can find it at least. Here it is. And we'll grab 2k rares if we have it. I know, these are inserter fed. So that's not gonna work. Oh well. No, that's not working either. Alright, we'll have to drop down then. Because of the nuclear fuel cell stuff. That is not working either. $1,000 times science productivity. I don't think that's even obtainable in 1,000. 1,000 times? No. 1,000% might be possible, but 1,000 times? There's no way. Alright. Let's trash that. No idea where it's supposed to go. We can just pick up some qualities ourselves. That's all the rest we got. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, for me. These are probably full. They are. Okay, this is going to be a little bit annoying. Could sneakily sneak some of those. Okay, that one's already being fed. Yeah, I think we should probably not do that. Just use those two. We need to get those rockets ready for Gleben signs. Alright. That will get inserted again. We can get out of here. Yeah, ablative shields here. Okay, we got those. We got some of those. We got those. We don't have quantum processors. Those are a novice. I think we are ready to gamble. We have some cryo plants on board, which we need to make the railguns. Let's check once and for all that we can actually make them on novice. There's no planet requirement. Made in cryogenic plant, but not on a specific planet. Not like, for example, let's just check to be sure. These things have to be these things. Oh yeah, crafted. Oh, it's over here. It's crafted on Fulgora. Okay. Let's hope it's okay. It's not crafted on Aquilo, so we should be good. These things are crafted on Aquilo, but not railguns. Any of the military stuff can also be crafted anywhere, apparently. So that's good as well. So that means what we've been, that we should have done it the other way around. That means the method we are using, we can actually use it. Yeah, that's why we should have tested that before, ahead of time. $75 times 8. 600 again. Okay, that goes pretty fast. So again, we need these to make railguns. And we want, I'm gonna put those back in here. This stuff we want to make rare quantum processors. but we only need these in rare quality for that. And we got those, so I guess we go back to Aquilo so we can make some rare quantum processors. Because we will need those to make the rare armor equipment. As well as rare fusion plants. Those are crafted on Aquilo, so we should keep the quantum processors for those on the planet. Of course, those use even more of those superconductors, because why not? We can go with regular quality though for the Aquilo ships, pretty sure. Because we don't need to power 1 trillion bazillion lasers like we did on this ship. We are going to use mostly railguns. I know that the railguns are quite powerful when they have quality, because of the area of effect attack drastically increasing with the longer projectile range. So that's why I want those. But I think for the rest we're gonna try to keep it as basic as possible. The question is, do we even go to Aquilo? I forgot to bring the Vulcanus productivity module, so that is not great. Alright. We're doing a lot of traveling, and we can pick up some extra of these ones. We should have another 1000 or something. Then we can start using those to make rare, have a chance at making rare railguns for novice. Okay, those are in the trash slots, that's fine. We need to pick them up ourselves. Alright, once we pick up these modules, I think we are going to make some railguns before we actually go to Aquilo. There's no module trees in there, there are in here. Those should definitely be on the spaceship instead. Speed modules we've got plenty and they're easy to make. Right? Not quite 1000. We again need to do the thing with the deconstruction planner. I forgot we need to do that like this. I guess production speed slowed down because the quality belt is not there. Alright, let's bring down. What do I really need? One, two, three, four, 5 splitters. 11, 13, 16 bells, 6 splitters and 16 bells and 1 underground. Set 6, 16 and 2. I wish there was an easier way to precisely just Z. Can I just Z drop that? No. Okay, I got 238, so I need 236 on board. I wish there was an easier way to do this. Bells, we need 16. We got on board 550. Six splitters. All right. Okay, we do have the complete 1000 now. So we're ready to head off again. Guess we're manually building that. I'm not going to pick up the bots. Yeah, that should make these bells flow all the time, basically. Technically, we didn't need these 5 bells, but oh well. Alright, so let's see if that works. Okay, yeah, now these are flowing continuously, so we're producing quality ore at a slightly higher pace, which is good. Because that mine will also run out the slowest. It doesn't have any speed beacon mining. And we are off again. I did not place 1 splitter, apparently. That's only 5 splitters, not 6. Alright, so be it. We can be on our way again. Right. So, we don't have a design yet, but we can make the railguns. That's at least something. We don't even know if we need rare railguns. We're just gonna assume that we do, because railguns are awesome. And we're finally gonna have some noise on our ship. I think I'm gonna try to do without explosive rockets though, just the railguns. And laser turrets. That should keep things a little more quiet around here. Okay. Guess we go back to Norvis. We can do some force upcycling. That might be. It's cheesy, but it works. we can build like a force the hand of fate machine to make 100% rare railguns out of our ingredients. Intended game mechanics. Before that gets yeeted as well, together with the infinite productivity and apparently soon to be the pipe blocking of the biter bases. Hydrate, that's an excellent idea. Temporary hydration achieved. Why is piping being removed? I know somebody said that Whoop was going to yeet that together with space casinos and what was the other thing again? I think the LDS upcycling with fluid stuff is gonna also get not the quality module option removed. Not entirely sure though, it's just hearsay. Alright, we got a good amount of stuff. I think we drop down to northeast now. Yeah, the LDS shuffle. I think. There were also plans to remove that. Alright, so what's in here for us? Oh, did the rare iron. Okay, the rare iron automatically gets in here, I suppose. Ooh, that could have blocked everything up, couldn't it? Oh well. Alright, so what do we need to make railguns? I got 5k of these things. So we need 1k carbon fiber. I lost count again. 1k, 1.5k, 2.5k. Those are annoying amounts. Now 1k carbon fiber. That's 1k. 1.5k of these. Yeah, that's the annoying part. We'll just bring 3k. I don't think we're gonna use carbon fiber for anything else anytime soon. Alright, and then yeah, I don't quite have 3k of these. I have 2k. I have 1.5k. Okay, so we need to pick up more of those. But that should basically do it. And I need cryogenic plants. I don't know if I have them on the planet. Logically they should be here, but then again they were tacked on. Okay, there's a cryo plant. Okay, we have cryo plants. Right, hello Johnnies. You can get another pot shot off. We're gonna have to fix stuff anyway, so that's gonna be annoying either way. Do we do force upcycling though? That is the question. Let's first see if we have everything we need. Railgun? Oh, haha, I forgot about that part. Right. Oh. We have a barreling facility on Aquilo, but I think that stuff is actually consumed, right, for the railguns. It's actually consumed for the railguns. 10,000 fluid we would need. Alright, and apparently I also did not pick up the last ingredient yet. Didn't think at all about that. The fluid requirement. I'm just gonna bring barrels of the stuff over to Novice then. How is this thing? This thing is on the way to Novice. Now we have everything except for the fluid. I do have barrels here. I don't think I have the fluid here though. Yeah. There's our barrels. 10k fluid. 50 fluid is 500 fluid. Per stack 5000. So 10k fluid is just 2 lines of barrels. You know, I think we could let the Aquilo Explorer pick that up. It will take a while to... No, we cannot because it's not automated. Of course it's not automated because I am me. $3K, not quite. 2K, I forgot again. We need 3K tungsten plates, 2K carbon fiber. Okay, 2K carbon fiber, half of 3K tungsten plates. Then it was only 2,000 of those. Ah no, 5,000 of those. Right. I should have more then. Yeah, I have 5,000 of those. Alright. That's what I was thinking. Well, let's just drop these. Suppose, just to have them. Alright, quantum processors. 5K, half of 3K. I have a feeling one ingredient is missing. I don't know. Maybe it's not. It's considered a bug. It's not a bug. It's intended behavior. It's literally coded like that. It's also very easy to change. Like the code literally says, check up to 10 places away, but only check every third tile to save performance, which is a good thing. I mean, how is it going to be changed though? If they're just going to check more tiles, you can just fill in everything. If they just check more range, I don't know, that's going to be bad for performance. If they just force spawn and destroy the entity underneath, I think that's probably going to be the way to do it. If all stuff is blocked. I don't know, I think it looks kind of nice though. I don't think it's that bad for gameplay. It's more of a liability to have around as well. If I accidentally break something. There's so many cool applications as well, like the pollution cleaning and whatnot. I'm kind of sad if that really will go. Oh, if we are gonna do force upcycling, we are going to need more barrels of fluid. That is a lot of quality. What kind of quality chance can we get out of there anyway? At the moment, the maximum quality we can get is 25.6%. That's pretty good. We could go 100%, then that means we need to take 4 times as much fluid. So 80 stacks of barrels instead of 20. Not out of the unsinkable. I do think we spent all the steel. Let's bring some steel to Aquilo, because I think we're out of that stuff. I used it to make a rocket silo. With a bit of luck, we are not launching plastics to Vulcanus. So with a bit of luck, we can use these to launch up steel. We got 8k, so we need to request 9k. There we go. Explosive rockets are very much worth it, yeah, except that I don't have any levels of explosive damage upgrades, which makes them rather a liability to use instead of an asset, I would say. Because we're gonna fire so many explosive rockets that I think we're gonna be in trouble. Alright, cargo base. There's cryo plants. Let's put them in here. I still have some. Still have some. Okay. Anyway, I guess we are going to Aquilo for the fluids. I think that we can survive another shot. Why does it always rain on me? Wait, I didn't hear the sound of anything breaking. 1.3 million legendary iron from 4.4k uncommon iron. Yeah, I would say there's something wrong with the balancing of that mod. Okay, we have it. Off we go. Aquilo. At some point we need to take out our speed modules. We should not forget about that, or we will be crashing into the asteroid's head first. This rocket silo is more dead than alive. Or is it? About halfway, yeah. Thanks, hey Eveson, thanks for the 26 months. Did you decide on your next series yet? I'm still doing like some testing for Dead World. To see if it's possible. It might be possible. It's also, I don't know if it's that interesting though. I'm not gonna do a full run on 1000x Dead World, but I might want to just play the opening with severe use of speed up mod after we get established, because science rate is gonna be abysmal. I don't think we can even get like 200 SPM, so 0.2 SPM on that world because of the proximity of the biters. Of course, we have to do that before they nerf the biter base blocking stuff. It was such a cool coincidence as well that we were able to. We are on the way to Aquilo. Let's slowly start to slow down before too many big asteroids hit us head on. It was such a nice coincidence as well that we could use that we could switch off biter expansion, right, with the with the lazy biters, which won't look further than... Basically, the chunk doesn't search further than 8 chunks away for an active biter base to lure biters from to make the expansion. Which is why this playthrough was possible. This entire playthrough hinged on me being able to negate biter expansion in some way. Biter expansion was the true nemesis of this playthrough. Which is why I recommend people, if you want to try 1000 times science cost, switch off biter expansion. And you can save most of the early game headaches which I had to go through. With the magic anti-pipe, double pipe wall and all that kind of stuff. And the expansion islands. Yeah, so cool that it was possible to find a way to make this work, and now it's gonna get nerfed out of... I don't know, I don't see how this interferes with any normal player's game experience or Factorio. I don't see there's a need to nerf that, or to disable this method. But no, I don't really know what I want to do yet for the next playthrough. For now I'm kinda content just going for 1800 Promethium SPM and then just maybe get a couple levels of science upgrades, just see how well that goes. And if it keeps being interesting, we can continue this for quite a while, but I have doubts about that. Is that used in 100% speedrunning as well? The pipe blocking with an S. I didn't know that. Hey, thanks Ulosot for the subscription. What did they nerf? Which devs did they nerf? I don't know actually. I have everything just from second-hand hearsay in the chat. Except for the... Oh, actually, I think the space casinos I also have from hearsay. I don't know anything, basically. Just repeating the rumors. I think the problem with explosive rockets is it's gonna take... we have no shooting speed upgrades for the rockets, we have no damage upgrades. The asteroids are gonna get too close by before they get blown up, is my prediction. Okay. We got a little bit of damage there. It's sort of required, if you want to go for hands clean, it's not required to block the biter bases, I would say, but it is the fastest way in the current game. It's only required if you have no option to research military upgrades, which you don't have on 1000 times science cost, but on default settings you would have. Like... Then you basically just get a scenario like with the indestructible biter bases on Dead World Desert map. You just have to defend against the attacks, first with gun turrets, then with flamethrower turrets, which negates the ammo cost completely, and then you can just go on and win. In keeping your hands clean on default settings, you don't need to block biter bases. Yeah, it's easier to do it, but there's no it's not necessary. Oh wait, I cannot do that. Oh god. Forgot about that. Guess we're going to have some spillage. Ah no, this is quite empty. Okay, we can actually drop some steel in there. So let's use that. All right. Oh, the encell stuff. Oh, yeah. You cannot simply just hand feed something, right? You need to properly hand feed. Don't want to get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. That's not gonna work. Misaligned. And we're making barrels. Okay, let's not use productivity, I suppose. We're using productivity. Okay, we're using it. Yeah, it's gonna be fast enough. Sure. Some steel. We already need the barrels. So I need... Force the hand of fate, I need at least 800 barrels. 1,000 would be safer. I have 200 and 80. 300. 400. I'm not sure we're going to be able to keep up. How's it going with this? Pretty decent. 6K quantum processors in stock already. We are not even close to ready to starting science. So it's 1,000 barrels, I think we want. That gives us a little bit of leeway as well. Alright, I guess this tank is gonna empty out before I can fill all the barrels. I guess that's more barrels than we'll ever need. At least you can recycle them these days. I think that's 500 barrels. That might be good enough. Of course, we're out of rocket fuel. I guess we're not really out of rocket fuel. Alright, I think now the filling of the barrels is slowing down because this tank is empty. We're only filling it if we have at least 5k fluid in the tank. Now we need to wait for more fluid to get made. Now it's working continuously. The cooling is the limiting factor right now. Can take another 1k. Let's just fill it until we have 200 and then we'll switch on the condition again before it's completely finished. Alright. One, two, three, four, five, six. I guess technically that should be, if we have average luck, we should need only this many barrels to make infinite rare railguns from the resources we've got at the moment. I really think it's possible to... It's not maybe as much... There's a lot more random for a speedrun, which is not really great, I suppose. But... you definitely can do it. It just takes a lot of time to protect against the biters. Which is kinda not a speedrunning thing. Yeah, we're only here for the barrels, right? I don't think we're... Wait, we're not here for the barrels only. We brought over these things, right? 700 of them. Not quite all of the ones we need. But that can make us some rare quantum processors. So we should also grab the modules. And the rare EM plant. How many railguns fit on a ship? I guess however wide it is. I have no idea yet how it's going to be. Alright, so now we can upgrade this bad boy. This guy is now up to specification. For production rate for Promethium science. So at this point, quantum processors are officially completely and utterly automated. There is nothing else we need to do for those. I guess we would need more barrels to actually make the rare quantum processors. Alright, we'll steal some more fluid. Just cannot let the entire tank empty. Don't really think I'm gonna calculate. The 1.1k. That's about it, I suppose. Alright. I got 700. So we'll take 700 of each. And we'll just feed it into that single one with the productivity modules. We need 1400 lithium plates as well. We got enough. How is this not flowing through? Ah, this is just cooling, alright. I see. Alright. All quantum processor stuff done for a while, I think. Let's make a save in general here. It's gonna take a while, but we won't be needing those until... I think until we need fusion power or these things. Maybe I should take 100 to make my first actual railgun. We do have the resources on board for that. We'll take 200. One more. Alright. I guess that concludes the business on Aquilo. 700 degrees. The single heating tower is still heating up since the very beginning of the stream. I think fluoric ketone is minimized, 299%. It has been on that for forever. So basically 383%. Infinite minimum production rate. It should be enough thanks to the beacon speed module thing. Forever. This though is going down, but slowly. 8.5 down to 6.8. I guess that will run for quite a while still. We are off. Okay, now we can go back to novice. Let's actually add these to the list over here. If we want to ever make rail guns out of those. Back to novice it is. Alright, enjoy the flight. I'm gonna be out for a quick sanitary pit stop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright. We're only halfway apparently. I think we could afford to... Okay, there's maybe not. There's a lot of big asteroids still out. And we're gonna go anyway. Where's the speed? At least one speed module could go in there. Yeah, I think we're gonna be good. Let's go full throttle back to Norvis now. Laser turrets for big asteroids, perfectly fine. That's good we didn't rely on this ship. It's still not even back to Aquilo. And it needs to get loaded and fly all the way back to Norvis. I think it's good we went for ourselves. I see railgun damage is not a Aquilo technology. Okay, I was already thinking, why don't I have science packs on board? Well, that kind of explains it. That means Aquilo science production is also probably idle. As soon as all these chests fill up again, I suppose. Good enough. Production of all stuff should continue, I think. Also thanks to the giant buffer of this stuff and ice, we have that flexibility. Right, we made it back with the barrels. Let's say we don't want them. That will eject them automatically, as well as ourselves. It's I think it's 1 million for the first level, 2 million for the second level. But because those are in the queue, it shows the third level, which costs 4 million. But the 2 levels are all we need to one-shot the Promethium asteroids. The other levels are just there for, I guess, easier demolisher kills. Like here's 1 million, 2 million, and then this is 3, this is 4 million. Barrels, 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 barrels of fun. Now we can have some fun with the railguns. And I do think I'm going to use the Force the Hand of Fate machine to maximize our profits here. So we literally just need to unbarrel the fluid. Let's put that back. We can do professional Force the Hand of Fate forcing with some more machineries than one. How long is the crafting time of this anyway? 10 seconds. Okay. With crafting speed 2, it's going to be 5 seconds. 40% speed penalty is 8 seconds. I think we can afford to juggle 2 machines then. That's the 2 machines. We can do 4, but that makes it kind of hard to follow. I should have one more. Put those in. unbarrel the fluid. I think the fluid gets lost. So as it is, we can stand over here. The fluid is consumed for the railguns. Okay, unbarrel the fluid. I'm gonna have to save here in case I have this up. Entirely possible. Empty cold fluid. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is actually fairly produce 2 rare ones, which I cannot do at the moment because I don't have the stuff here. So sure. Alright, I just realized I cannot do that because we spent all of these on Aquilo, so we'll have to do it the annoying way. Do we save scum as well? I think we do. Let's go. We'll go all out. We'll go all out on this. A 100% rare railguns for the win. Alright. This is 5k fluids. That's 20k. That should easily fit. That could start to get in these barrels and in these machines. Alright, now comes the annoying part. The first save scum is gonna be the hardest, I suppose. And I realize I did not pick up more of this on Vulcanus, so we'll only do the first half. Which is good enough for me. Alright. We'll save here then. So we'll need to reload until we get the first rare one, basically. Alright, that's not a rare one. I only want rare ones. We only will need to reload until we get the first rare one. Let's try our luck on that left side one. Maybe that'll do better. 25% chance, so we shouldn't have to do this on average more than 3 reloads. Alright, that's not a rare one. What are we doing? Now we are hardcore scumming. I think we should be able to do this. We should have one bot on us. I forgot about it. For this to work the best it can. We might, yeah, we need a bit more because of the modules. No, we don't. No, the modules don't matter. Alright. Nope. How bad can a 1 in 4 chance be? Right. Unintentional mutes. I was just saying I'm gonna do this off cam. Thanks for... At least you are not muted. I was complaining... This is the standard stuff. Complaining about my luck, you know. Not actually getting a lot of 1 in 4 results. Okay, there's a 1 in 4 result. So yeah, I guess I'll do this off cam because this is really mind-numbingly boring to watch, I presume. But that should at least give us our first railguns, which we can then use for the ship. I think we need like 10, maybe? We got 9. We need to keep 2 for the output slots. Those we cannot touch. Okay, that's actually finished. And that one as well. But yeah, if you invest a little bit of time like that, you can, in the early-ish game, grind yourself an armor full of rare equipment from uncommon ingredients. Uncommons are quite easy to get. You can just literally mine some, put some crappy quality modules in your mining drills, and then use the method you see right now to get rare quality equipment early on. It's not super fun to do, but in some cases it's worth it. Alright. So in this case, let's take everything out. Because we're gonna stop at the moment. Oh no, we are not gonna stop. I still need one more. Okay, we got one more. Nice. We got two more. Even nicer. So I will be able to do this with 3 machines, because I know we got one more. The only thing that this does not preserve is the fluid. Oh, the fluid is already gone. The first half. Or is it? No, it's not, because I just disconnected the power. But yeah, I don't think you get back the fluid. I don't think that was changed. How many more times am I gonna sack my quality modules and then pick them up again? You tell me. But it's not gonna be the last time, I feel. Alright, 3 to block the slots. And the ingredients can go in here for now. So we got 10 of them. And we can use those This have such a largely increased range compared to normal ones. It's pretty sizable. 40 range instead of, sorry, 48 instead of 40. Only looks like 10% extra range, but of course it's a 2D area. First 10 rare railguns in. It's quite relaxing. Yeah. I mean, this is fairly easy to nerf, I think. I mean, you already can generate extra output slots in machines by, let's say you're making gears and you are finished making gears. And you want to go make circuits instead. If you stay close by enough, you get those in your inventory. Now they're here. But if you are doing it from map view and you're far away, those just go to an extra newly generated output slot. And if this would also happen to railguns, if we get an uncommon result, just generate a new output slot to put the uncommon result in. That would just throw this entire method away. I mean, the technology, the code is there apparently to do it. So you don't actually get it back though from that output slot. Maybe it is kind of a difference thing. But oh well. Right. That means I guess all of these check marks we can give ourselves. I forgot to give myself all the feel good stuff. That does complete quantum processors completely. I guess in an upcoming stream we're gonna look to Biterex. We still need to automate bioflux then. A tiny amount of bioflux to Navis. That could just come on the spaceship from... I don't know which spaceship we'll use for that. But bioflux is good for 2 hours or so, I think. Something like that. 2 hours, so yeah, we only need to pick it up like once every hour. And that still should be alright. We also need to figure out where we're gonna take the eggs from. Like, do we use existing biter bases? Probably we do, because captivity is 3 million signs away. Or 8.5 hours, but we've first spent 8.5 hours to get railgun damage. Let's move this one to the back this time, so I don't make the same mistake again. Yeah, the infinite Promethium asteroid storage tech. Yeah. I think we are going to use that tech to make Promethium signs above Navis, because that's the wrong thing to do. They haven't actually done it yet in a real game. Okay, we do have space platforms available. 57,000 of them to make a lot of space platforms. And I guess that's gonna start with I don't think we're gonna go for a design now. I think I need to think clear for a design, and my clear thinking has long gone into the wind. So maybe that's it then for today. I think the battery is also too empty to really continue for a long enough amount of time to get anywhere decently far into a new section of this Promethium science. So I guess better stop at a convenient stopping point rather than in the middle, because my battery starts beeping at me. Then rear railguns, woohoo, a mech armor, which is not at all gonna protect me against a single shot of those things. Yeah, recursive blueprints are still needed to automate the infinite storage technology. Then railguns in our base, technically base defense. We have long crossed the technical base defense point, although the amount of laser turrets has decreased a little. Here we have double the chance to see something happen, as there's two zoos in one. There we go. 30-second cooldown after Behemoth Biter, so that's kinda brutal. Alright. How's it going anyway with the repair packs? Yeah, I don't think I need to look at that for the entire rest of the game anymore. I'll have Promethium signs before the repair packs run out. That's my prediction. Alright, since we have saved the game, we can use maybe this planet factory. No, I don't think we can really. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll try to prepare for next time a little bit, cut out some useful parts from the big spaceship. It should be somewhere still. Yeah, like the we can actually just put it here. So we can copy this this part with the loading for the railguns. I don't think we're gonna need to go this wide. We're gonna go with a couple smaller ships, I think. I haven't really thought about it yet though. Okay. This basically is one of those teleporting ships that materializes right into your spaceship and starts messing up things in all sorts of ways. I'm not sure yet. Maybe we can do one giant ship. I mean, There's no real downside, except the ship needs to be huge. But then again, you only need one ship. You need more storage for like Promethium signs and quantum processors and whatnot though. And the biter X cycle. Yeah, the continuous biter X cycle is probably why we want to go with a couple smaller ships which just like arrive all the time and just follow each other in a large circle, instead of one ship that does grab a whole bunch of stuff and then needs to make it into science a lot more quicker than the rest. But yeah, something like that is gonna be. Alright, that's it for today. I thank you all for watching, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.